Everything seems fine for now. After all, not everyone was as greedy as Pang Yun. Moreover, those who can enter the eternal world are all wary of each other, so they won't attack unless they have full confidence. Gu Qingqing was also relieved and continued to follow the direction of the pointer. Apart from a few energy storms along the way, there was no other danger. What interested Yunxiao was that the energy storm was a celestial phenomenon formed by the true force of the heavenly phoenix after a long time of mutation and being blown by the strong wind. The crocodile was very interested in the storm, so Yunxiao released it. After it devoured a few energy storms, its body swelled up, and its eyes were half closed, looking drowsy. Fanny did not know whether to laugh or cry. She scolded. This stupid thing swallowed a few storms and absorbed more true force of the celestial phoenix than me. The crocodile raised its head and burped, then continued to lie on Yunxiao's shoulder with its eyes narrowed, looking half asleep. Yunxiao was shocked. He could feel the vigorous power in the crocodile's body. After eating the storm, its body's absorption ability had reached its limit, and it was only then that its body was able to expand. In fact, the crocodile originally had the body of the squall, and the elephant was invisible. No matter how much it devoured, it would not be full. Now, it was clearly going through a change, which was why it had become half-dead and weak. Yunxiao patted the crocodile's head with a smile, then continued flying forward. A few days later, the group arrived at a dark place. It was filled with gray rock layers, and there were almost no phosphorus stones. "We're here. It's just nearby," Gu Qingqing said, overjoyed. Everyone flew to a low mountain top, but it was already the highest peak here. The terrain was rugged and undulating, and the spiritual energy was scarce. "Are you sure the person you're looking for is nearby?" Yunxiao asked suspiciously. "Are you sure? There are too many places more suitable for cultivation than this place. Why did you choose this desolate place?" Gu Qingqing shook her head. "I don't know, but Master has his own reasons. Follow me." The few of them leaped forward on the land and soon arrived in front of a low and narrow valley. There was a huge rock in front of them, and a golden symbol flashed on it before it disappeared. Gu Qingqing was overjoyed. That was the sign of the forbidden area. She walked quickly and was about to enter the valley. Suddenly, his body froze, as if he had felt something. His raised foot stopped in midair. "Who is it?" Gu Qingqing shouted in a deep voice and took her foot back, her eyes full of anger. A voice came from the front of the valley. "You guys are also here to find the 100 will not." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold figure appeared beside the huge rock in front of the valley. He was wearing an azure battle suit and a golden crown, with his hands behind his back. It was only then that Yunxiao learned that the person they were looking for was called the 100 will not. A very strange name. Mu Xing seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "A 100 will garment? No, this is impossible." Although he was in the form of a puppet, his eyes were filled with shock as he lost his composure and shouted, "He's already dead. How could he still be in the eternal world?" Gu Qingqing's face turned ugly as she stared at the man in the battle suit and shouted, "Who are you?" Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she looked into the valley, afraid that something might happen. However, this valley was strange. As soon as his spiritual sense entered, it disappeared without a trace. The man's eyes were like water as he glanced at everyone. Without any expression, he indifferently said, "First come, first served. You guys can wait outside the valley." "There's someone inside?" Gu Qingqing was shocked. The man didn't answer. Instead, he stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. A blue light bloomed from his palm and rippled in front of him like water. It turned into a barrier and sealed the entrance to the valley. Gu Qingqing was so angry that she laughed. She finally lost her patience and scolded, "Get lost!" His body burst out, and he circulated the wandering red dust technique. His hands continuously formed seals in the air, and he slammed them on the barrier. The man in battle clothes shot out a fierce look from his eyes. He also moved his body and struck out from the enchantment with one hand, hitting the wandering red dust technique. Boom! The wandering red dust technique was immediately shattered, and a remnant light flickered and shot towards Gu Qingqing. Hurry up and attack. Why are you all just watching? Gu Qingqing glared at Yunxiao and the others as she scolded. Don't tell me that you want me, a weak woman, to be the vanguard? Don't you feel embarrassed? After she finished speaking, she didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Her body flashed in the air and she used several body techniques to avoid the attack. After dodging the attack, Gu Qingqing gently landed in front of the wizardry barrier and coldly looked at the man in the battle suit. You've always been a tough woman, Yunxiao chuckled. When did you become weak? Gu Qingqing's face was full of worry, and she said in a deep voice, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Hurry up and break this barrier with me. Lord Baishu Yui has never interacted with outsiders, so there must be a problem with the people inside. Only then did Yunxiao's smile disappear, and all kinds of energy fluctuations spread out from the others. The pupils of the man in battle clothes shrank, as if he was also afraid, and he said, You are from the outer realm? What? Yunxiao looked at him and asked, Can outsiders enter? Of course not. The man in the battle suit rejected the idea. What about the inner realm? Yunxiao asked again. What about the inner realm? You can't either, the man in the battle suit said. Yunxiao snorted and said with a cold smile, Then why should I tell you the answer? The man in battle clothes? Stop talking nonsense, Gu Qingqing said in a deep voice. The longer we delay, the more danger Lord Bailuan will be in. She made a hand seal and used the wandering red dust technique again. At the same time, Yunxiao also grabbed a piece of lightning with both hands, which flickered and transformed into various forms in his hands. In the end, they condensed into 2 thunder dragons and suddenly blasted forward, shouting, Everyone, attack! The thunder dragon roared and exploded when it hit the barrier. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it formed countless tiny snakes of thunder that continued to attach themselves to the barrier and desperately tried to burrow in. The rest of the people also made their moves. After following Yunxiao for a while, Buz and the other 2 were now almost completely loyal to him. They drew out their profound level weapons and attacked him. Chu Hongyan, the referee, and even Mu Xing suddenly made their moves. 7 or 8 supreme powers simultaneously attacked, and the barrier was unable to withstand them. It instantly shattered, and the power continued to charge forward like a ferocious beast. The man's face changed greatly and he immediately retreated a few steps. He stretched out his hand and summoned an object. With a flash of silver light, the surrounding spiritual qi gathered and was absorbed by the silver light. The spiritual qi in this valley was scarce, and there were only a few phoenix fire phosphorus stones in sight. The silver light seemed to be not satisfied, and it swayed a few times, dazzling the eyes. It was only then that Yunxiao saw a large seal shining with silver light inside the silver light, and an ancient character was carved under it. It was the Maha-Ancient language. Boom! The silver hand suddenly exploded with wind and thunder, and a huge power was spat out from it, as if the sky and earth were turned upside down. Boom! The power suddenly hit the man in the battle suit and blocked the joint power of everyone. It turned into a huge pillar of light and shot into the clouds. A huge pit was created in front of the entire valley, and the ground also cracked in all directions. To Yunxiao's horror, he found that the rock formations here were extremely strong. If they had been in the heavenly martial realm, the entire valley would have been turned into ashes by their joint forces. The man in the battle suit was also forced back by the shock. His body was forced into the valley. His eyes were full of shock, and he suddenly cast a seal. The huge silver seal in the air started to spin, emitting a brilliant silver light that covered an area of several mu before directly pressing down on the few of them. The Maha-Ancient character broke down and turned into a series of characters. Before the seal fell, the words landed on the ground first, forming a vast ancient formation that wrapped everyone inside. They couldn't escape and could only sit and wait for the seal to smash them into meat paste. Motherfucker, what kind of profound armament is this? I've never heard of it. Yunxiao was taken aback. Although he did not recognize this profound artifact, it was in accordance with the law of heaven and earth, and it contained infinite power of heaven and earth. Not good. This is the earth overturning seal. Mu Xing suddenly realized something and cried out in shock. He watched in horror as the boundless silver light descended and the giant seal was about to smash them into mud. Gu Qingqing was also dumbfounded. The sky-turning and earth-overturning seals that were rumored to be the most powerful in ancient times, capable of overturning the universe. She was starting to feel a little regretful. The person in front of her was slovenly dressed and was wearing a battle armor. Moreover, the style of the battle armor was obviously very ancient. Only the heavens knew which era this old monster was from. Within the boundless golden light circle formation, everyone was bound by the formation and could hardly move. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out as Xianxia took out the Tusita heavenly peak. The six-colored light immediately pushed the sword beam away, and the peak grew in the wind, shooting into the sky like bamboo shoots after a rain. Boom! The earth-overturning seal struck the Tusita heavenly peak, causing the heaven and earth to twist and the surrounding space to spin rapidly. Xianxia and the others felt their vision blur, and then the world changed as they were swept into a spatial storm. It took them a few breaths before their surroundings became clear, and they returned to their original place. After Xianxia steadied himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Although he had not completely refined the Tusita heavenly mountain, he was still mentally connected to it. The huge backlash from this attack passed through the mountain and into his body, tearing apart his serious injuries that had yet to recover. Damn it, this world of everlasting life is really my nemesis. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover from my injuries before I leave this place. Xianxia grumbled in his heart and said to himself, "The worst thing is, I'm afraid I can't even leave." The Tusita heavenly peak had been smashed into the ground, with half of the mountain buried into the ground. Xianxia had never seen such a terrifying scene since the birth of the Tusita peak. In the distance, the man in battle clothes had stretched out his right hand and was holding the earth-overturning seal. He was motionless and his face was abnormally pale. The man was finally injured and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He retracted his arm stiffly and put away the earth-overturning seal. He looked at the few of them with eyes full of fear. Xianxia slapped his palm on the Tusita heavenly peak gloomily and put it away. Then, he said with a wry smile, "Big brother, I should have told you that you're so powerful. If I knew you were so powerful, I wouldn't have fought you. Let's have a good talk." The man in battle clothes felt bitter in his heart. Although the earth-overturning seal was powerful, this kind of profound-level weapon recovered its spiritual energy very slowly. It would take a long time to refine it every time it was used. The attack just now had almost consumed 1/3 of the earth-overturning seal's power, but only injured one person. Mu Xing was still immersed in the power of the attack and only came back to his senses after a long time. "Since you have the earth-overturning seal, what about the heaven-flipping seal?" The man in the battle suit forcibly raised his Zhen Yuan, and the bones all over his body crackled, making a defensive posture. It seemed that he didn't intend to speak, but he also didn't intend to let them enter the valley. "May I ask for your name, sir?" Mu Xing asked with a frown when he saw that he was silent. Only then did the man in battle clothes spit out 2 words, "Battle Chi." The name was very unfamiliar, and no one seemed to have heard of it. Mu Xing and Gu Qingqing looked at each other and shook their heads. Gu Qingqing said, "Since you've never heard of it, then you don't have to be polite. Li Yunxiao, throw your Tusita peak at him. I don't believe he won't leave that place." "All right." Yunxiao also took a deep breath to heal his injuries, then slowly held the Tusita peak in his palm, letting out a gentle 6-colored light. The battle chi was shocked, and he took a step back. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beside him, and a man appeared out of thin air. He was also wearing a battle suit and his face was cold. It was unknown when he had appeared, but he was coldly looking at everyone. "Big brother?" The battle chi was shocked. He then looked at the man beside him and asked, "Are you done?" The man was Zhan Yu, Zhan Li's brother, and his face was grim. He shook his head and said, "That old fart refused to calculate. No matter how I threatened or bribed him, he still refused to die. What did you do to her? Gu Qingqing was shocked and furious. Then what should we do? Asked the puppet fighter, frowning. Xianyu said coldly, since the eternal world has reopened, it must be the time for the laws to return to the earth. We don't need to seal ourselves anymore, and we can return to the realm of heavenly martial arts. As for this old man who won't die, I plan to take him with me. I don't believe that we brothers can't do anything to him. He looked at the people in front of him coldly and said in a harsh tone, What? You can't even get rid of a bunch of ants? How did you become so trashy? The battle chi lowered his head in shame and said, Big brother, their strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the mountain in that kid's hand seems to have condensed the earth of the 5 elements in the world. I don't know how he refined it to such an extent that even my earth-overturning seal can't suppress it. Oh! Zhan Yu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the mountain in Yun Xiao's hand. Suddenly, his eyes flickered as he said in a serious voice, This is an ancient method of refining. It was created by gathering different earth elements. I seem to have memories of this treasure. I think it's called the 7-colored Tusida Heaven? Yun Xiao's body trembled, and his heart was filled with horror. The Lingmu flute had refined the Tusida heavenly peak according to an ancient method, but he did not expect that the man in front of him could see through it with a single glance. The ancient method? The battle chi cultivator was also shocked. Isn't it the same as our sky-turning upside-down seal? Tisk, tisk. Things are getting interesting. Not only does she have the 7-colored Tusida sky, but if I'm not wrong, this little girl should have the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix. Zhan Yu's lips curled into a vicious smile, and his eyes burst with an intense light as he stared at Feini. Although he found the 7-colored Tusida heaven interesting, it was not as interesting as Fei and I. Heavenly phoenix nirvana body. The battle chi was also shocked, and he took a closer look at Fei and I, and he could indeed feel the power of the phoenix essence from her. Ha ha ha, what a lucky turn of events. The heavens have actually sent me the heavenly phoenix nirvana body at this time. Zhan Yu stared at Fei and I, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you so confident that your luck has turned for the better? Yun Xiao said coldly. Are you sure that God has not sent you the king of hell? Zhan Yu's eyes were full of mockery. The complete Tusida heaven should have 7 colors, but there are only 6 on your palm. It's obvious that you haven't cultivated it yet. Also, I can see that your complexion is extremely poor. You don't have any strength to fight at all. The remaining few may be troublesome, but I'm confident I'll be able to take them down. His body flickered, and he actually charged forward boldly. He was extremely arrogant. With a movement of his body, he appeared above Feini and reached out to grab her. He extended his 5 fingers, and 5 giant pillars immediately appeared between heaven and earth. They turned into a cage of golden light that covered the area. His arrogant action of treating Feini like a piece of cake immediately infuriated everyone. Fei and I was also infuriated. Her body burst into flames and turned into the form of a heavenly phoenix. She spread her wings and soared into the sky. As soon as the boundless sea of fire spread, it was pierced by the 5 golden light pillars, creating 5 vacuums. The heavenly phoenix fire burned fiercely, but it couldn't get close to the cage. The 5 pillars of light pierced through the sea of fire and into the ground. Zhan Yu then made a grabbing motion with his fingers. The pillar of light immediately squeezed towards the center, tearing the earth and the sea of fire apart. Gravel constantly broke up from the ground. This one move was earth-shattering, and the phoenix shadow that Feini had transformed into was forced to reveal its true body. Trapped by the 5 pillars of light, it began to panic. Suddenly, the space behind Zhan Yu distorted, and Yun Xiao teleported out and thrust his palm at Zhan Yu. The Tusida heavenly peak spun in his palm and grew bigger in the air. You're courting death, Zhan Yu shouted and raised his other hand. A blinding golden light flickered, and countless formation patterns appeared, but they were difficult to recognize under the blinding golden light. An ordinary golden seal rose from his palm and blasted out. Boom! The sky turned upside down. the clouds changed, and time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. Xianxia coughed up another mouthful of blood. A golden light emerged from his body, and he fell from the sky. My husband! Flying! Feini and Chu Hongyan cried out at the same time. Feini was anxious. No matter how she used her supernatural power, she could not break out of the cage. The cage was getting smaller and smaller, and she was about to be completely imprisoned. In a flash, Chu Hongyan caught Xianxia and then landed on the ground, gently putting him down. After the attack, Zhan Yu did not feel smug. Instead, his expression changed drastically, and his eyes flickered as he stared at Xianxia. Could that be the light glass body of the king of the southern region? Xiao Fengcan, you'd better think about your own funeral first. Several beams of light shot up into the sky and attacked at the same time. Zhan Yu's brows furrowed. He had almost ignored Buz and the other two. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden light shot out, forcing the three of them back. However, Gu Qingqing, Mu Xing, and Yi made him more alert. He turned his left hand again, and the golden stamp appeared in his palm. Then he pressed it down. Boom! A huge Maha-ancient character flew out from the sky-turning seal and crushed the space. The three of them were also forced to retreat. Gu Qingqing, who was the weakest among them, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like Xianxia. Mu Xing's body was dented by the sky-turning stamp, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. He was the only one left standing on the spot. The blood-red light on his body bloomed, and he completely digested the power of the mark after retreating a few thousand feet. Void Divine Realm. Battle Chi, I'll leave this man to you. Zhan Yu's expression changed slightly. He immediately sensed Mo's aura, but he had only stepped into the Void Divine Realm for a few breaths. After dispersing the power of the Heaven Upheaval Seal, he had returned to the Divine Sovereign Justice Realm. Thus, Zhan Yu immediately determined that Yi would not be able to maintain his peak void tier cultivation for long. He clenched his fist, and the 5 rays of golden light immediately separated and shrank. The sea of fire that filled the sky was extinguished, and the 5 rays of golden light were like a rope that bound Feini. Ah! Feini cried out in pain. The golden light penetrated his body and dug into his flesh, causing bright red blood to ooze out. There was still a phoenix fire on her body that had not been extinguished, and it was unclear whether it was fire or blood. Clang! Chu Hongyan's sword flew over, and the purple cloud sword hit the 5 light pillars. Countless Disha sword chi rushed up and immediately cut off 2 of them. Then he struck out with his sword to cut the other 3. Stop! Zhan Yu let out a furious roar and flicked his 5 fingers. Instantly, several rays of golden light shot down. They were as sharp as swords, and each one of them easily sliced through the void. Bang! 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 Chu Hongyan was shocked and hurriedly retracted her sword to defend herself. Several golden rays hit her sword, forcing her to retreat. Zhan Yu's face darkened. He could also see that Chu Hongyan was a difficult person to deal with. Now that he had obtained the heavenly phoenix nirvana body, he didn't want to waste any more time. His 5 fingers clenched. The remaining 3 golden threads locked onto Feini even more tightly. Fresh blood spurted out, and Feini was in extreme pain as he flew towards his body. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Zhan Yu's ear. It was as if someone was speaking right next to his ear. Who is it? Zhan Yu was shocked. His entire body trembled as he hurriedly turned his head. There was no one behind him, only a huge pupil that emitted a strange light staring at him. Moon pupil. Zhan Yu's heart jumped, but he did not panic. His eyes also narrowed, and a wave of mental energy charged out. Boom! The image of the moon. I was dazed for a moment before it shattered. However, the moment the scene collapsed, 12 huge figures stood up from all directions. They stood 1,000 feet away, and a vast power suddenly descended. A formation? Zhan Yu saw through it with a single glance and was slightly shocked. Although he could not identify the formation, its aura was clearly extraordinary. But he did not panic. Instead, he looked at Xianxia, who was standing next to a huge puppet in front of him with his hands folded in a seal, and his body was covered in blood. Not only that, but his right pupil seemed to have been severely injured, and blood was flowing out. TSK, using eye techniques to buy a moment of time to form a formation. Seems like you're at your wit's end. Zhan Yu laughed coldly. The 4 golden threads had already lifted Fei and I up, and he was holding her in his hand like a piece of cargo. Feini seemed to have fainted at this moment. The blood of the celestial phoenix was flowing out from the strangulation marks all over her body, dripping down continuously. Chu Hongyan also appeared next to Yunxiao. She looked at him in horror and called out softly. Soaring clouds. Yunxiao's appearance at the moment was very terrifying. Under his calm face, there was not a single ripple, and his right eye was occupied by the moon pupil, with blue veins protruding and bleeding. Feiyang, are you all right? There was a sense of fear in Chu Hongyan's heart. Yunxiao was seriously injured, and he was so quiet at the moment that it was frightening. I'm fine, she said. Break, Yunxiao said, and the incantation gestures in his hands began to change. A rumbling sound came from the formation. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was a myriad of phenomena. Zhan Yu looked over carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This formation was filled with endless killing intent, and even someone as knowledgeable as him could not see through it. It was as if the entire formation was flawless. What kind of formation is this? Zhan Yu asked in a low voice, but Yunxiao did not answer. Instead, he kept performing incantation gestures with both hands, and different celestial phenomena condensed in the sky, rolling and moving. The few people outside the array were also alarmed. The battle Qi and Yi were locked in a fierce battle. The Earth overturning seal only had 2/3 of its power left, and it could only be used 2 more times against an expert like Yi. Gu Qingqing looked at the 12 divine beings killing formation in shock, and the aura it emitted made her feel scared. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over. It was Mu Xing who had just been knocked away. He flew to Gu Qingqing's side and looked at the formation with surprise and joy. He had personally refined the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, so he knew their power like the back of his hand. Moreover, Mu Chun had perfected them, so their power was boundless. If they were fully unleashed, it would be equivalent to recreating the ancient ominous formation. The only thing he was worried about now was how much power Yunxiao could exert from the array with his strength. In the Divine Fiend array, Yunxiao put his palms together and suddenly stretched out a hand, then performed an incantation gesture and slapped forward. Instantly, a layer of green light flickered in the sky. A puppet in front of Zhan Yu moved, and it also struck out with a palm. The puppet did not transform into a giant spirit, but it was still as tall as 2 or 3 people. The puppet's expression was extremely lifelike, just like a real person. It glared at Zhan Yu in anger, looking extremely beautiful. Under that palm, the lines on the palm were clearly visible. The entire array was flowing with green light, as if all of it had gathered and was compressed by that palm. Then, it was slapped out. Boom! With a single palm strike, the air around the puppet exploded, and countless vacuums appeared, emitting ear-piercing howls that caused one's head to split. Zhan Yu was shocked. Although the power of this palm was not enough to defeat him, he did not want to take the puppet head-on. That would be the same as using his physical body to receive the other party's weapon. With a flash of golden light, he immediately dodged to the side, trying to avoid the attack. However, who would have thought that the puppet's palm would suddenly change, and it actually changed its attack in midair. Its 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the energy in its palm exploded with a bang, forming a vortex. The puppet's figure flickered and disappeared from its original spot. In the next moment, it teleported in front of Zhan Yu and struck the vortex. What? Zhan Yu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could it be so quick-witted? Was it still a puppet? After the puppet released the vortex in its palm, the corners of its mouth seemed to curl up into a cold smile. Is this Swan and I really a puppet? Zhan Yu was stunned once again, his heart on the verge of breaking down. However, the situation didn't allow him to think too much. With a stern shout, he formed a seal with one hand and slammed it forward. Boom! The vortex was immediately shattered by his palm force. The force passed through and hit the puppet, causing it to buzz. However, Xianyu was shocked. After the puppet received the blow, it did not take half a step back. The area where the force had struck had caved in the size of a palm. All of a sudden, a large amount of lightning appeared on the puppet's body and gathered toward the depression. Under the crackling of lightning and thunder, the depression kept recovering. Lightning tempering. Yunxiao's expression did not change, but his eyes flickered as a large amount of information emerged in his mind, all of which were taught to him by Mu Xing. Half of them had been digested, and the other half had not yet been digested. Not only did these puppets contain the memory origin gold that could recover itself, but there was also a large amount of thunderstone powder that could transform spirit chi into thunder energy. With the memory origin gold tempering the body, the original body could be restored quickly. Furthermore, when the power of lightning was activated, the entire formation would react and send an endless stream of power into the puppet's body to replenish its energy. While the formation was running, it also drew power from the surrounding heaven and earth. So as long as the formation was activated, it was almost impossible to break. The puppet took Xianyu's attack head-on. After its chest recovered from the depression, it once again clenched its hands and slapped out with even more power than before. Xianyu's heart was filled with shock. With his experience, he could naturally tell that this puppet was not ordinary. He immediately understood the situation he was in. He had fallen into an extremely powerful formation, and even the might he was seeing was only an illusion on the surface. He didn't want to waste too much energy before he had a clear idea of the situation. He used his movement technique to run through the array, leaving many afterimages to avoid the puppet's attack. Bang! Bang! The puppet shattered all the afterimages with its palm strikes, but it still continued to pursue. Only afterimages could be seen flying in the entire array. Originally, the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Yunxiao, because the operation of the formation could automatically absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and even the heavenly phoenix true force that filled the sky could be used. But his injuries were too severe, and the golden glazed light kept flickering, so he could only keep it from worsening. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. "I'll go and help the puppet to save Sister Fanny," Chu Hongyan said. "No need." Yunxiao's face was calm. After uttering those two words, his hands began to change incantation gestures. His eyes flickered over the 12 puppets one by one, memorizing their changes and comparing them with what he had learned in his mind. Suddenly, 3 more puppets moved, leaving their original positions and attacking Xianyu. The 3 puppets executed the same martial technique. With a wave of their hands, a golden ring of light shot out and instantly expanded to half an acre in size, enveloping all the afterimages in the formation. Bang, bang, bang! Under the encirclement of the golden light, the dozens of afterimages all exploded. After the circle of light shattered the afterimages, it expanded and slashed towards Xianyu. Xianyu's expression was extremely unsightly, but his eyes flickered with a bright light. His eyes were like water, and no negative emotions surfaced. He was clearly still very calm. His movement technique was extremely ingenious, and every step he took was almost at a point that was difficult to detect. Although the 4 puppets were attacking, they rarely forced him to take the attack. The 4 puppets had exchanged hundreds of moves, but Xianyu had only made 10 moves in total. Moreover, he had only made a point and did not want to fight it head-on. He dodged while observing the weak points of the formation. However, his expression became uglier and uglier. In his eyes, this formation seemed to be invulnerable. Impossible! Every formation had its weakness. Only a formation formed by the heavenly Tao, which was formed by Tao itself, would be invulnerable. There must be a weakness under the laws of Tao. Xianyu carried Fanny and walked around the formation, but he could not find a way to break through it. There was only one possibility. Even if the formation had a weakness, it was beyond his understanding, and he could not break through it. Outside the God-Fiend formation, Gu Qingqing was surprised. The heaven-flipping and earth-flipping seals were famous in the ancient times, but the Xianyu and Zhanli brothers are not famous at all. However, their strength is terrifying. Look at Zhan Yu's movement technique. It's unbelievable. It's almost on the level of the Tao. This footwork should be the legendary Tao footwork, Mu Xing muttered. It's a footwork that was created by an ancient mighty figure by prying into the movement of the stars and imitating the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. When it's executed, it has the shadow of the heavenly Tao. It's a supreme technique. Gu Qingqing was shocked. She stared at the steps and tried to memorize them, hoping to learn a thing or two. However, she was shocked to find that every time she memorized a step, she would forget it in an instant. It was impossible to remember it. Don't waste your effort. Since it's a Tao step, how can it be remembered by a human sea of consciousness? Mu Xing saw her embarrassment and snorted. Although it's only the Tao step, under my 12 divine beings killing formation, there's still no way out. It's just that Yunxiao has some concerns. He's afraid of hurting the heavenly phoenix's nirvana body, so he doesn't dare to use those overbearing and powerful moves. I'm afraid this battle will be dragged on for a long time. The two did not hide their conversation, and the battle chi cultivator who was fighting with Moku in the distance heard it clearly. He shuddered and said in shock, "The 3 great killing formations of the ancient times, the 12 divine beings." The battle chi's face turned gloomy, and his firm heart began to waver. No matter how strong the enemy was, he was confident that Zhan Yu would be able to defeat them. However, what had appeared before him was one of the 3 great ancient killing formations. From the beginning of the world, when all things were born and countless living beings evolved, the conquest and killing had never stopped. Over the long years, there were only 3 formations that were notorious. Countless creatures had died under them, so their resentment soared to the sky. They attracted the mercy of the heavenly Tao and divine punishment, which completely wiped out the inheritance of the 3 formations. Even if there were some formation maps left, they were only damaged and could not exert much power. Although Zhanli didn't believe that it was the complete 12 divine beings killing formation, his confidence was shaken by the fact that Zhan Yu was still trapped in the formation. Finally, he shook Missouri away with one move. His figure flashed and he appeared on the divine demon array. He raised his left hand, and a silver light shone. A large silver light rose up like clouds. Earth overturning seal. Boom, boom, boom. A huge silver seal the size of a small mountain fell on the sky above the divine demon formation, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The entire formation trembled non-stop. The 12 puppets opened their eyes at the same time, glaring at each other as they performed different incantation seals in front of them. Circles of golden light surged out of the puppet and turned into layers of formation light, blocking the silver seal and resisting the power of the ancient profound weapon. Zhan Yu also shouted out at the same time, as if he had seen an opportunity. This formation was seamless, and it was impossible to find any flaws even if one observed it carefully. They could only break it by force, and the moment the earth overturning seal fell was the best opportunity. A sheet of golden light rose from his palm. The huge golden seal churned continuously, rolling up and striking towards the sky. The 2 seals seemed to have sensed each other and released their weapon essence. Under the terrifying joint attack of the 2 seals, the 12 puppets cracked open like the sky was falling apart. They were actually about to be completely shattered. Yunxiao was also greatly shocked. His bones were constantly shattered by the aftermath of the double seals, and his flesh and blood exploded. The earth-shaking power shocked Gu Qingqing and the others, and they looked at it in horror, almost forgetting their existence. Fei Yang, quickly leave. Chu Hongyan was horrified. Even she felt insignificant and powerless to resist such a world-ending scene. She reached out to grab Yunxiao, but as soon as her fingers touched his body, they were flicked away by a bolt of lightning. Fei Yang, you're a coward. Chu Hongyan's heart trembled slightly, as if she had a bad feeling. I can't leave. Yunxiao only said these few words indifferently as the power in his body continued to condense. His skin turned pure gold, and a glazed light shone out, as dazzling as the sun. The power in his dantian started to go berserk. Under the surge of the spirit power, the power of various attributes was like a pot of hodgepodge. It was boiling and finally erupting like a volcano, rushing into his extraordinary meridians. Chu Hongyan's heart trembled violently. She felt that Xianxia was like an energy vortex at the moment, and the terrifying pressure coming from across the air made her feel a little frightened. If Xianxia used it with his current injuries, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, she had no reason to stop him, and she knew that he would not stop. 2 lines of tears fell, and her eyes, which were as beautiful as the moon, turned red. She could only put her hands together in front of her chest and cry desperately. Boom, boom, boom. There was still a loud rumble between the heaven and earth. Under the heaven and earth overturning seal, gold and silver colors spun, and it was as if it was destroying the heaven and earth. The 12 divine beings were crushed and deformed. All of a sudden, there was a flash of light behind each puppet, and a ball of golden energy appeared. It slowly took the shape of a human and grew larger in the air. In an instant, 12 golden spirits appeared in the sky and attacked the 2 seals at the same time. The 12 divine beings. Impossible! Xianyu looked at the 12 golden spirits, and finally, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of the origin of this formation, and he was so shocked that he sucked in a cold breath. Big brother, hurry up and run. The battle chi wielded the earth overturning seal in the sky, and silver energy poured out of it. Previously, they had thought that the formation would be broken by the combined attack of the 2 seals. Neither of them was willing to exhaust the power of the 2 seals. Now that the 12 fiend gods had appeared, they could not care less. Xianyu didn't dare to hold back anymore. The golden seal flipped over, and boundless light rolled out. Boom! A crack finally appeared on the divine demon array, and the golden light pierced through it, pointing to the sky. Xianyu was overjoyed. He laughed wildly as he grabbed onto Feini, and suddenly transformed into a golden light, charging out through the crack. The battle chi also heaved a breath of relief, but all of a sudden, his body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. The combined attack of the 12 godfiends did not dissipate because of the crack created by the sky-turning cauldron. Instead, it became more condensed, and the aura from the primordial era gradually became stronger. Above the 12 divine fiends, a figure slowly condensed. It was not illusionary but seemed to have a real body. Covered in scales, it grabbed a halberd condensed from golden light and stabbed forward. The heavens and earth instantly flipped, and the sky shattered. Xianyu and his brother immediately felt the danger of death. That destructive power seemed to tear through space and time, wanting to devour the 2 of them completely. The battle robes on their bodies also let out an explosive sound under the pressure of that halberd. Hurry up and attack! Heaven flipping! Earth shattering! Xianyu and his brother were greatly shocked. The joy they had felt when they had just escaped was completely gone, replaced by endless fear. The heaven and earth flipping seals smashed down without holding back, and all of their remaining power was used up in this attack. Boom! The 2 seals combined in the air and turned into a huge tower. Suddenly fell and hit the halberd. The sky fell and the earth cracked, the sun and moon dimmed, and the space within a radius of hundreds of miles was sucked into this attack. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone desperately circulated their yuan qi to resist the terrifying shock waves. Flying! In a moment of desperation, Chu Hongyan withstood the strong impact and used her sword beam to split open a vacuum, which protected Xianxiao inside. But the force of the impact was too strong. Xianxiao's body was torn apart and a lot of blood was flowing out. His face was frighteningly pale, but his eyes were fierce. He grabbed Chu Hongyan and said, "Don't worry about me. Save Feini." Chu Hongyan covered her mouth and tried not to cry. She knew that she had to save Feini, or the battle would be in vain. Xiao's desperate attack would also be in vain. Clang! She thrust the purple firmament sword into the ground and performed several incantation seals. Immediately, a purple sword realm opened up and protected Xiao within it. Then, she turned around and turned into a beam of light, rushing into the boundless vortex. The Zhan brothers did not have it easy either. The battle robes on their bodies were torn and peeled off, and their internal organs were also jolted to the point of churning, as they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. "Big brother, let's go." The Xianxia flew to Zhang Yu's side and found that Zhang Yu's face was extremely pale. He couldn't even stabilize himself in the storm and was moving along with the spinning force. The heaven and earth flipping seal was shattered by the halberd, and Zhang Yu used all his strength to defend in front of the battle chi practitioner, and he even made the last strike. Only then was he heavily injured, and the two of them were sucked into the whirlpool together. The battle chi grabbed onto Zhang Yu and turned into a beam of light to escape. "You want to leave? Go to hell." Chu Hongyan's shrill voice was heard, and the battle chi was shocked to see a row of sword lights in front of him. There were more than 100 of them, and they stood in the storm, blocking his way. In front of those sword lights, a beautiful figure appeared. Chu Hongyan's veil had come off at some point, and her beautiful face was full of ferocious killing intent. Innumerable sword scroll. Chu Hongyan's hands turned into sword fingers. She raised her arm, and suddenly, thousands of swords flew around and turned into a sword diagram. Then, they scattered like a shower of stars and slashed down. The battle chi cursed in his heart. The earth overturning seal had lost its power. He was injured by the attack just now, and he still had to take care of the two unconscious men. He grabbed onto Zhang Yu with one hand and Fei and I with the other, running rapidly through the 10,000 swords. He was also using the Dao steps. However, although his movement technique was profound, it was difficult to block the power of the 10,000 swords. From time to time, there would be sword rays shuttling over, and he could only raise his leg gloomily to kick out and destroy the sword rays. Chu Hongyan's face was covered with ice as she stared at him coldly. Her body moved, and she also rushed into the sword array, using her fingers as a sword to point at it. The battle god felt a chill in his throat. He quickly took a step forward and dodged the sword finger that was coming at him. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked behind him. Bang! The air exploded, and cracks appeared on the battle chi cultivator's feet. Chu Hongyan's afterimage also exploded, but her real body was already close, and her palm was about to chop at the puppet fighter's neck. The battle god felt a chill down his spine, and in a panic, he quickly used Feini as a shield in front of him. Chu Hongyan was shocked. She quickly turned her palm into a claw and landed on Feini's shoulder, trying to grab her. The battle god was not going to let her go. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he kicked out again, aiming for Chu Hongyan's heart. Chu Hongyan drew a circle in front of her body with her left hand and condensed a sword will. Then, she suddenly pointed her two fingers at the other party's calf. Bang! The two forces were both tiny and fine, and when they collided, they turned into thin spiritual pressure, which spread out like hair. The four of them were all cut and bleeding. Chu Hongyan and the battle chi cultivators were shocked. They were worried that their men would not be able to withstand the intense battle and would be killed. "Let go!" Chu Hongyan shouted angrily. Feini was being held tightly by the other party, so she did not dare to use too much force. Anger burned on that country-toppling face, and she couldn't bear to eat his flesh raw. Xianxia was still down there, his life or death uncertain, and he felt anxious. Zhang Li was in the same situation. He had been in the world for so many years, but he had never suffered such a great loss before. Seeing Yi and Gu Qingqing also rushing towards him, his heart sank. He knew that it was impossible to take away the heavenly phoenix nirvana body today. This thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, and he decisively let go of his hand, turned around, and left with Zhang Yu. When he used his Dao steps, it was difficult to trace him. With a few flashes, he disappeared into the distance, leaving the referee and the others unable to track him. Chu Hongyan handed Feini to Gu Qingqing, who had just arrived, and then quickly flew down. He saw that the sword world had been broken, and Xianxia was nowhere to be found, leaving only the purple firmament sword. Ah! Flying! Chu Hongyan screamed and almost fainted when she saw that no one was around. Bu Zi, Zhou Guang, and Mao Qiao were sitting not far away, meditating. They were all looking at her with wide eyes. "Where's Fei Yang?" Chu Hongyan's face became ferocious. She stared at the three people with a murderous look and thought, "These three people are so close, but they're not moving. If something happens to Fei Yong, I'll kill these three first." The three of them were shocked. They felt the killing intent from Chu Hongyan and trembled with fear. Bu Zi hurriedly pointed to the valley in front of them and said, "Someone just came out and brought him in." When the three of them were attacking the Battle Chi practitioner, they were all injured by the Battle Chi practitioner with just one move. They had no power to fight back at all, and they had been sitting there meditating the whole time. He had been badly wounded by the shockwave of the terrifying blow just now, so he could only watch the stranger take Yunxiao away. The valley had long been ruined. Some of the low peaks on the periphery had been completely flattened, and the scene inside could be vaguely seen. Clang Chu Hongyan pulled the purple firmament sword out of the ground, glared at the three people, and then jumped up and went into the valley. Gu Qingqing, Mu Xing, and you also landed from the sky. Hearing their conversation, Gu Qingqing was shocked, and the three of them looked at each other before following them. Kakik! Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out in the sky. The sound was continuous and reverberated back and forth. The entire sky was filled with sound waves. The four of them stopped and looked up coldly. Before one wave had settled, another wave rose. The battle just now was too fierce, and the range of the tremors was too large, alarming the old monsters nearby. "Who is it? Get out here." Chu Hongyan was in an extremely bad mood, so her words were not polite at all. Her sharp eyes were like sword lights, shining in the sky. At this moment, she was like a sharp sword, slowly shining and about to cut the void. What a pretty girl. Unfortunately, she's too vicious, but her strength is not bad. TSK. Tisk. She's really beautiful. The voice complimented a few times and slowly turned into a shadow in the sky. The shadow was hidden in a black robe, like a dark star embedded in the sky. Chu Hongyan said coldly, "I'm not someone you can judge. Come down if you want to die." Gu Qingqing knew how she was feeling at the moment and sighed inwardly. She did not know how Yunxiao was doing, but since he was taken away by the people in the valley, it should be the 100-wheel knot, which made her feel a lot more at ease. "Of course I won't. Otherwise I wouldn't be willing to live in secret until now, so I'm naturally afraid of death." TSK. Who was fighting here just now? The strength of the power actually transmitted to this old man and woke me up. The black-robed man slowly explained what had happened. Chu Hongyan pointed her sword to the sky, and a murderous aura swirled around the sword. She shouted, "Ben Gong doesn't have time to listen to your nonsense. Whether you fight or stay, it's up to you." Hee. The black-robed man had a fearless look and said, "Is that little girl holding the heavenly phoenix nirvana body? Give me this nirvana body and I'll leave without a word. Although I don't know what happened just now, I can see that you've also exhausted a lot of your origin power. You're no match for me. You can try." Chu Hongyan said coldly. The purple firmament sword buzzed. It was clear and melodious, and it reverberated in the sky. She was very depressed at the moment, and she even yearned for a battle to vent her depression. But she was also a little anxious, fearing that the battle would affect the valley and affect Yunxiao's healing. Gu Qingqing glanced at her and shook her head slightly, meaning that it was better not to fight. Chu Hongyan sneered and said sarcastically, "If we don't kill this old thing, he'll be so arrogant that he thinks we can't beat him." TSK. You speak as if you can beat me. The black-robed man sarcastically said, "Moreover, can you still ensure the lives of your companions in a battle? I just want this heavenly phoenix nirvana body. Why do you want to hurt our relationship?" Hearing this, Chu Hongyan was so angry that she felt dizzy and almost couldn't take it anymore. She scolded, "I only want your life, old thing. Why do you want to hurt our relationship? Old thing, you're really shameless. If you don't want to die, then get lost." Gu Qingqing was also speechless. Her eyes flashed with coldness as she said coldly. The black-robed man was silent for a moment. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "You've really decided to go against me? Even if this old man can't take away the heavenly phoenix nirvana body, I can still destroy it with my might." No one can get it and you can't do anything to me. Truly shameless. What if this young lady is added in? A woman's voice came from the distance and arrived in the blink of an eye. A graceful figure appeared from the light. She was wearing a purple and blue dress with a long skirt with rusty cloud patterns. The woman was fresh and refined, with an extraordinary temperament. However, she had a cold expression on her face and a sneer on the corner of her mouth. She raised her jade-like fingers, and a red light appeared as she slowly twirled them. She stepped on her crescent-shaped shoes and slowly walked out of the void. The black-robed man immediately felt a wave of pressure and said in shock, "You, Yuring Luo." The woman chuckled. Red light flickered on her fingertips and she flicked her fingers, immediately turning into a red light and flying forward. Bang! The black-robed man immediately attacked. His 5 fingers turned into a tiger's claw and struck the red light, causing it to explode. However, his entire arm trembled and he was shocked to find that his 5 fingers had been cut by countless sharp lights, and there were dense wounds all over. Void Extreme God Realm. The black-robed man's face turned ugly, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Who the hell are you? Why do you want to be my enemy?" The woman curled her finger and said sarcastically, "If you want to fight, then stay. If you're afraid of death, then get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? You coward!" The black-robed man was infuriated. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws madly for a while before he calmed down and said, "All right, since you want to protect them, I'll give you face. However, now that the heavenly phoenix nirvana body has appeared in the eternal world, I'm afraid it will be hard to calm down. Ha ha ha." The black-robed man laughed wildly. Suddenly, the space distorted and he disappeared in the sky in a flash. "Pfft. Throwing such sour words when you can't win, are you still a man? Get as far away as you can." The woman cursed, turned around, and landed in front of Chu Hongyan and the others. The few of them looked at the woman in shock. They didn't know who she was, and they didn't understand why she was helping them. Chu Hongyan put away the purple firmament sword, cupped her fists, and said, "Thank you for your help. You are Bayan." Gu Qingqing waved her hand and laughed. "You're welcome. She's me. She's your Ing Luo." Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly understood. She was shocked to see that the person in front of her was Gu Qingqing. Hee hee. Gu Qingqing laughed and put her face close to Chu Hongyan. "What's wrong? Between you and my ancestor, who's more beautiful?" Chu Hongyan was confused and turned her head away. She was uncomfortable with Gu Qingqing's aggressive attitude, so she turned and ran into the valley, saying, "I'll go see Fei Yang." Ha ha ha. Gu Qingqing and Luo Yunshang both laughed and ran into the valley with Mu Xing and Yi. Only Buz and the other 2, who were not far away, were left with blank expressions. However, the 3 of them had no sense of existence at all. They had no human power because of their low strength. Chu Hongyan and the others had even forgotten about their existence, leaving only the 3 of them outside the valley. Cough, 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 I say, Yingying's place doesn't seem too safe. Let's go into the valley too. Bu Zi clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed a few times. He secretly glanced at the other 2 people. "The question is there a share for you in the valley? Where are you going to stay after you go in? Then it's better to just sit down and recuperate." The 3 of them were considered the top experts in the realm of heavenly martial arts. They were treated the best everywhere they went, but here they were treated like guards. "I'm not worried about my reputation, but there are too many old monsters in the eternal world. We can't deal with any of them. To tell the truth, I do regret coming here, but it's too late. I can only brace myself and continue. But Yunxiao's promise to become a god is indeed attractive. If we can become gods, we won't have come here in vain, and we won't have suffered with him in vain." Mao Chao said slowly. His words had touched his injuries and he couldn't help but cough. "I can only hope that I can become a god by following him. Otherwise, I would have run away long ago," Zhou Guang complained. Bu Zi pondered for a moment and said, "There are so many top masters in the eternal world. If all of them run out, the entire realm of heavenly martial arts will be in shambles. The other two's faces also changed slightly. Thinking of this possibility, they couldn't help but shiver. They were afraid that the entire heavenly martial arts realm would be reshuffled, and if it wasn't handled well, it would be a bloody storm. Humph, if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. We don't have to worry about it. Mao Qiao swallowed some elixirs and looked better. She started to meditate. The other two also glanced at each other and hurried to recover from their injuries. Chu Hongyan and the others entered the valley and walked for a while before they saw a stone house. All kinds of strange mountains and rocks were piled up around the house, making it look like a small courtyard. There was even spirit water trickling in front of the house. The only thing lacking was that there were no trees. Be careful. There's a restrictive spell. Gu Qingqing saw Chu Hongyan running straight to the small house and immediately shouted to remind her. Sure enough, a ray of light flashed in front of him and shook Chu Hongyan away. Don't worry. Since it's Lord Bailuan who has brought Yunxiao in, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Gu Qingqing looked at her anxious face and comforted her. I hope so. Are we just going to wait here? Chu Hongyan couldn't calm down and she didn't know what to do. Gu Qingqing chuckled. Isn't Fanny your good sister? She's unconscious. Can't you take some time to treat her? It was only then that Chu Hongyan remembered that Fanny was still seriously injured and unconscious. She secretly blamed herself for being too careless and hurriedly asked Luo Yunshang to put Fanny on a big stone and heal her. The surroundings suddenly became unusually quiet. As there were no other creatures in the world of everlasting life, there were no insects, fish, birds, or beasts, so the silence was a little strange. Mu Xing and Gu Qingqing were used to it, but the judge was still uneasy. He paced back and forth, and finally couldn't help but ask, Gu Qingqing, is the Fanyao clan really still living in the eternal world? Hehe, what's wrong? Are you scared? Gu Qingqing blinked her eyes and stared at him teasingly. Humph. Whether I'm afraid or not is another matter. I've now stepped into the void extreme divine realm and also obtained the Buddhist demon divine art. So what's there to be afraid of? I just wanted to ask. The referee snorted gloomily and began to explain. However, the more he explained, the more guilty he seemed. Even he himself realized this. Looking at Gu Qingqing's playful smile, he was very uncomfortable, so he admitted it. It's not surprising to be afraid. After all, the Buddhist demon clan is the most powerful existence among all the demons. If there really is such a demon, it will definitely be a great obstacle for me to ascend to the throne of the demon emperor. Gu Qingqing's smile disappeared, and she nodded. It's most likely true. Although I've never seen it with my own eyes, this demon is very famous in the eternal world and no one dares to provoke it. That's why Pang Yun told us about the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather. His intention was to send us to our deaths. Then, are you going to take the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather? Mo's eyes flashed. Gu Qingqing smiled and said, the true tail feather is not very attractive to me. I just want to become a real god as soon as possible. I want to live a few hundred or even 1,000 more years of free and happy life. Fighting and killing isn't something for us girls to play with. She blinked her eyes and folded her arms in front of her chest, looking very pitiful. Please enter main body frustrated. Mo flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly. Old witch, why are you acting so young? You're from the same generation as my ancestors, so I should call you great-grandmother, and you're a girl. You're dead, Gu Qingqing shrieked, but her face immediately darkened. The air around him condensed into snowflakes, and even from a distance of more than 10 feet away, he could feel the chill coming from the air. If it wasn't for the fact that the Baishu Yui was saving people in the stone house, she would have already killed them. Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that Gu Qingqing's strength was above his. If he angered her, she might really kill him. Women were capable of anything when they went crazy. Yes. Ah. Faye and I suddenly muttered and seemed to have woken up. However, her eyes were still tightly shut and she looked like she was in great pain. Beads of sweat the size of beans were flowing down her cheeks from her forehead. Gu Qingqing hurried over and grabbed Fanny's hand. There were red lines on her wrist, and then on her neck there were also several scarlet bloodlines. Phoenix vein. She's about to break through, but she's lacking the heavenly phoenix essence force, Gu Qingqing said in a deep voice. After she finished speaking, she took out a pile of red phoenix fire phosphorus stones, which she had collected when she was awake. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were all piled up beside Fanny. Suddenly, the phosphorus stones seemed to be on fire and gave off a clear flame. Red threads flew out from the flame and went towards Fei and I's body. They were absorbed the moment they touched her skin. The bloody lines on Fanny's wrist and neck became even more visible. They even extended to her cheeks and covered her entire body. Her pained expression was relieved and she became calm. She sat cross-legged on the big rock. Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up and she said with jealousy, "The bloodline of the celestial phoenix is the true ruler of this world, and it has received the greatest approval from the true force of the celestial phoenix. Her cultivation speed in a day here is equivalent to our cultivation speed in a year." Chu Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Fanny was fine. She was also happy for Gu Qingqing. If Fanny could step into the realm of true immortals, with her special physique as a heavenly phoenix, she would be a great help to Yunxiao and their alliance. Just a few phoenix fire phosphorus stones and this little girl is like a fish in water. If she gets the heavenly phoenix true tail feather, I'm afraid she can directly fly into the sky. Mu Xing also looked envious and jealous as she stood with her arms crossed and watched quietly. Hehe, a real tail feather? Who would dare to provoke that 10,000-year-old demon? Gu Qingqing laughed. As long as this girl cultivates here for 8 to 10 years, it's only a matter of time before she steps into the realm of divine sovereign justice. Chu Hongyan looked at Gu Qingqing and felt very uncomfortable. She said in a low voice, "Gu Qingqing, since you're here in person and you promised Feiyang to return Yunshang's body, will you keep your promise?" "Hee, of course I'm guarding." Gu Qingqing put her face close to Chu Hongyan's and blew a breath on her face. She said flirtatiously, "Who asked you to be so beautiful that this young lady is jealous? Why don't you sacrifice yourself in place of your disciple and let this young lady descend into your body, so that I can properly enjoy this world-toppling beauty?" Seeing the anger on Chu Hongyan's face, Gu Qingqing quickly said, "I'll just descend for a year. I'll return it to you a year later. Then 1 month. 1 month should be fine, right? Hey, don't go. Let's discuss this again. I just want to experience what it feels like to have such a face." Clang! Without saying anything, Chu Hongyan thrust her sword at Gu Qingqing and forced her away. She scolded, "If you continue to be such a rascal, don't blame me for not considering our friendship as fellow disciples." For 3,000 years, the divine Cloud Palace had regarded Gu Qingqing as a celestial being and respected her very much. However, she did not expect her to be like this, which made Chu Hongyan not know whether to laugh or cry. "Fine, I won't play then. If you won't give it to me for a month, what's there to talk about being in the same sect? I don't have a fellow disciple like you." Gu Qingqing puffed up her cheeks and walked to the side angrily. Luo Yunshang followed her. The two of them sat opposite each other, their palms touching each other. They immediately entered a wonderful state. Yunshang's body glowed with a hot red light, which spread out in circles like the sun. Chu Hongyan was shocked and felt that the movement was a little too big. She was afraid that they would interfere with each other, so she immediately set up a boundary between the two to separate them. On Yunshang's body, the rainbow stone on her forehead flashed. The red light was coming from the rainbow stone, which formed some kind of vibration with her body. The light was extremely hot. The referee's gloomy face and vulture-like eyes immediately aroused Chu Hongyan's vigilance, and she leaned over slightly. After all, back at the Five-Cloud Mountain, Gu Qingqing had sacrificed the clam's ancestor and eaten the blood god bead that had been formed after refining himself. Now, she could also feel the vast blood power from Luo Yunshang's body. It was possible that he would suddenly betray her, which would be a fatal blow to everyone present. Mo sensed her thoughts and snorted. "I've lost the blood god pearl, but I've obtained the Buddhist demon's sacred art. Moreover, the opportunity to become a god is right in front of me. But, Since I promised to follow Yunxiao for 10 years, I will not go back on my word. To him, 10 years' time was just a snap of his fingers. He would not go back on his word for such a small matter and cause a demon in his heart. That's good. Chu Hongyan was slightly relieved, but she did not let down her guard. After a few hours, Gu Qingqing suddenly withdrew her hands and stepped back. Yunxiang, on the other hand, made a hand seal and entered a meditative state again. The vast yang energy in her body continued to spread out for a long time. How is it? Chu Hongyan went over and asked with concern. Gu Qingqing let out a breath, recovered her strength and said, I've already retrieved that clone. It's now her own body. I've also just passed on the essence of the 9 Yang True technique to her, allowing her to control the rainbow stone on her own. If she can't pass this trial, she'll suffer a backlash from the rainbow stone's power, and it'll be troublesome at that time. Chu Hongyan was shocked and said nervously, Yunxiang's strength is still shallow. Can she control that rainbow stone? After all, even with Ning Kouei's cultivation base, he was still affected by the agarine. Gu Qingqing said, Don't worry. I've been refining rainbow stones while I was controlling her body. The blood god pearl of the Grey Demon tribe is extremely powerful, and it has already begun to show its effect. As long as Yunxiang absorbs it all, coupled with the power of the 9 Yang divine body and the rainbow stone, it won't be long before she steps into the divine sovereign realm. Chu Hongyan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Could it be that Darren is helping Yunxiang control the rainbow stone? So he deliberately descended on her body? Gu Qingqing glared at her and chuckled. Haha, do you think I'm Martial Emperor Lei Feng? It's just a coincidence. And that blood god bead, do you think I'd let her body swallow it if I had a choice? Can't I bring it back to the eternal world and let me eat it myself? The referee's heart ached as he listened. That was an absolute power that originally belonged to him. No matter what, I thank you on behalf of Yunxiang. Chu Hongyan cupped her fists and said. Gu Qingqing waved her hand and interrupted her. You're her master, and I'm her grand master. There's no need to thank me. Everyone has their own opportunities. While I'm helping her, I'm also helping myself. Chu Hongyan was a little confused and continued to ask, That rainbow stone is in Yunxiang's body? Can it be taken out in the future? Gu Qingqing said, Don't worry about that. The rainbow stone is only a tool to assist the 9 Yang divine body. When her fleshly body is complete or her cultivation reaches the divine sovereign realm, the rainbow stone's use will be very small. It's up to her whether she wants to keep it or not. That's good. Chu Hongyan was completely relieved. Both Feini and Yunxiang's expressions were getting better, but there was no movement in the stone house, which made her worried. But Gu Qingqing didn't know what was going on inside, and she was also worried. Suddenly, the few of them trembled and took a step back in shock. An old man had appeared in front of them without them knowing. The old man had a head full of silver hair and was wearing a navy blue shirt with a crescent-colored ribbon tied around his waist. His eyes were clear and he looked carefree. His gaze shifted from Feini to Yunxiang as he gently nodded his forehead. My lord! Gu Qingqing was overjoyed and quickly went up to him. Your Excellency, how is Li Yunxiao? That old man was the master of this stone house by Shu Yui. He stroked his beard and muttered, My life is not in danger, but my injuries are too severe and I'm afraid my body will be damaged. The body tempering art and the light glass body collapsed at the same time, and most of my cultivation was lost. What? My lord, you must save him. When Chu Hongyan first heard that her life was safe, she heaved a sigh of relief. But when she heard that her cultivation had fallen, she was shocked. With Gu Feiyang's pride, he might not be able to accept this fact. She hurriedly went forward and begged the old man. Gu Qingqing was also sad. My lord, you must think of a way. The 100-wheel knot smiled. Don't worry. He's the master of the divine realm tablet. I'll do my best. Moreover, today's tribulation was also within my calculations, so it's not impossible to resolve. His light glass body and your 9 Yang divine body are yin and yang. They are polar opposites. If you can use your body to help him cultivate and activate the power of the light glass body, he will be able to recover by himself. Nonsense. Gu Qingqing's cheeks were red, and she said angrily, "What do you mean by using my body to help him cultivate? Although I don't want anything to happen to Yunxiao, if he wants to sacrifice my innocence, he'd better die." Bai Shu Yui laughed and said, "Haha, I knew you wouldn't be willing. However, the heavenly Tao has its own mysteries. Didn't you bring along a divine body of 9 yang? Luo Yunshang." The few of them understood this in their hearts as they looked at Yunshang. There was an indescribable feeling in Chu Hongyan's heart. She naturally knew the relationship between Yunshang and Yunxiao. After the battle on the Snowfall Peak, her disciple had left Shenxiao Palace and wandered the world. "Please enter main body, Palace Master. Yunshang has gone down the mountain alone." Outside the main hall, the urgent voice of a Fluxer girl came. On the Snowfall Peak, the cold wind was biting and the snow was falling. The entire Shenxiao Palace was submerged in a cold air, as if indicating that this ancient sect would return to silence, just like the heaven and earth. The door of the hall had been sealed, and Chu Hongyan sat cross-legged alone inside, not seeing anyone else. "I know." She only replied indifferently as if she was very tired and said, "Let her go." The string girl seemed to be stunned. "But she's still so young, and she's even your personal disciple Xianxia. So what if she's my direct disciple? She has her own choices, and she has always been very sensible," Chu Hongyan said. "But Qianqian Yunshang has the divine body of 9 yang. Only one Qianqian has been born in thousands of years. It's precisely because she has the 9 yang divine body that I can't restrict her because of my own decision. Everyone had their own opportunities. Perhaps it was right for her to leave. This way, I can let go of all my ties and peacefully go into seclusion. From now on, if there's nothing important, don't disturb me." As her thoughts gradually returned to that year, Chu Hongyan looked at Yunshang, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, with mixed feelings. It was as if everyone's fate was just a chess piece under the sky that had long been arranged by someone and could not be controlled. Gu Qingqing's words interrupted her thoughts. "But Luo Yunshang is trying hard to suppress the rainbow stone. If he and Yunxiao cultivate together, will there be a sudden change?" "Don't worry, I'll look after them," Bai Shu Yui said. "Look at Ing Luo." Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their expressions became strange. Bai Shu Yui was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and angrily rebuked. "What are you guys thinking? You're so dirty." With a wave of his hand, he sent out a wave of energy that wrapped around Yunshang, and the two of them disappeared. Chu Hongyan said in surprise, "They... ahem." Gu Qingqing coughed and said awkwardly, "How dirty? You're thinking too much. Divine bodies can only sense each other. The two extremes of yin and yang fuse together and cultivate together. It's not what you think." Chu Hongyan's cheeks were also red. She glared at Gu Qingqing and said, "My lord, if you're not thinking too much, then why was your reaction so intense just now?" Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at her. "Even if it's just a mutual sensing," she said, "I don't have the tolerance to sacrifice my innocence to save him." Chu Hongyan pondered for a while and said, "Who is this 100 will not? He's actually worthy of your respect and trust." Richard also perked up his ears and listened carefully. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment. "Let's put it this way. Lord Bai Luan's name is not prominent, and very few people know his identity. However, all the major events in the heavenly martial realm in the past hundreds of thousands of years have all been under the calculation of his branch." "Calculation? Could it be the same as the Duanmu family?" Chu Hongyan asked in surprise. "Tisk, what's the big deal about the Duanmu family's petty tricks?" Gu Qingqing sneered, then said, "Furthermore, the ancestor of the Duanmu family did indeed receive the inheritance of this lord. Or perhaps, the Duanmu family itself is one of the inheritances of this lord." Chu Hongyan was silent. On the road of pursuing the heavenly Tao, the further one went, the bigger the world would be, and the more insignificant one would feel. Only in the eyes of the ordinary people would they think that the 7 great sect masters and the 10 great martial emperors were at the peak of the mountain. They would not know how many existences that had surpassed the peak of the mountain over the past 100,000 years had already reached the sky. Gu Qingqing's eyes were filled with respect. And this eternal world was also refined by another lord under the suggestion of Lord Bailuan. Who is the person who refined the world of eternal life? Chu Hongyan asked in surprise. To be able to use phoenix feathers to refine a realm, this magical power was no different from the refinement of holy artifacts, or even far above the refinement of holy artifacts. Gu Qingqing pretended to be mysterious and smiled. You'll know in the future. Chu Hongyan was curious, but since the other party was not willing to tell her, she did not ask. After learning that Yunxiao's life was fine, she was mostly relieved, and now she was only waiting for the result. He immediately sat cross-legged in the air and began to regulate his breathing and cultivate. The referee did not say a word and followed suit. The two of them seemed to feel great pressure. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, peak of perfection was already an unstoppable existence, but in the realm of eternal life, it could only protect itself. As for how many old monsters were there, no one knew. How many amazing geniuses could be born in 100,000 years? Although not all of them had the opportunity to enter this place, one or two would enter every few thousand years. The number of people was extremely shocking. Gu Qingqing looked at Mu Xing. Where's your real body? She asked. Aren't you coming? I don't have much time left, Mu Xing replied expressionlessly. I can't take it. I've learned from these people that the 10 rules of the outside world hasn't been restored yet, and there seems to be still some time before the demonic tribulation. I don't want to wake up from my deep sleep now. You also know about the demonic tribulation. Gu Qingqing looked at him in surprise. Are you Ying Luo? Since I've been sent to guard the heavy equipment tower, I'm naturally from Mysterious Separation Island. Mu Xing nodded and said honestly. Gu Qingqing sighed. I should have thought of it earlier. What I don't understand is, why don't you want to join Xianli Island? Other than the restrictions, there's nothing bad about it. Gu Qingqing chuckled. I'm most afraid of being restrained. Even if I have to live a few years less, I don't want to be controlled. Mu Xing didn't say anything and closed her eyes. Soon, Gu Qingqing also felt bored, so she closed her eyes and started to cultivate with them. Several days later, 2 pillars of light suddenly shot out of the stone house and into the sky. One yin and one yang. They reflected each other, illuminating the entire sky and land as if it was daytime. Such a strange scene woke everyone up from their cultivation. Seeing that the light pillar was full of energy, they immediately guessed that the two must have recovered, and they were all overjoyed. Such a huge commotion lasted for a full hour before it gradually weakened. At this moment, Fanny, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, seemed to have been awakened. A phoenix's cry rang out from an unknown place and it circled the entire sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. The ancient sound of the phoenix's cry did not come from Fanny's body. It was as if it had existed in the world and was only being played back. After that, a huge phoenix shadow slowly formed in the sky. At the same time, it turned into a boundless sea of fire and tilted down. This Ying Luo, they were all shocked by this strange scene. The entire sky was burning, and the flames fell down like countless meteorites falling from the sky, smashing toward the stone house. What should we do? Gu Qingqing was shocked as well. She looked around and saw that Fanny was still sitting there. The flames were obviously coming for her. Chu Hongyan and Mu Xing were also at a loss. Bu Zi and the other two had already entered the valley, and their mouths were wide open as they were completely petrified. Don't panic. This is just a wisp of consciousness of the celestial phoenix wandering in the eternal world. It sensed it when the nirvana body was breaking through, so it turned into a flame and came down. The sound of 100 rounds of tying clothes rang out. A white light flashed on the stone house, and the figures of 3 people immediately appeared. Fei Yang, you're fine. Chu Hongyan was overjoyed at the sight. She could feel Yunxiao's aura at the moment. It was full of strength and seemed to be more refined. Yunxiang's body was also different from before, and there was a faint red glow around her. As soon as she saw Chu Hongyan, she immediately went forward and knelt on both knees, then bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, master." Chu Hongyan waved her hand, and a force lifted her up. She stepped forward and held her hands. "It's been hard on you all these years. Disciple didn't work hard." Luo Yunshang hurried back and stood there shyly with her head lowered. She felt her cheeks burning all the way to her ears. She could no longer explain her relationship with Yun Xiao to Chu Hongyan, and her heart was in a mess. Although she had been possessed by Gu Qingqing, she knew everything that had happened. Chu Hongyan smiled and stroked her hair, comforting her. As people who follow the heavenly Tao, our lifespans cannot be calculated by mortals, and our actions cannot be discussed in the secular world. You truly like him. Since I can tolerate other women, why can't I tolerate you? Yun Shang was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes, and she could not say anything. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was blaming himself. In his previous life, he had been unruly and extremely free, as if the heavenly Tao had played a trick on him and turned the world upside down. But in this life, he had been bound by amorous feelings. Looking at Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang, as well as Fei and I, who was making a breakthrough not far away, Water Fairy, and Ding Ling all 5 women were dragons and phoenixes among men, proud sons of heaven and rare extraordinary women. They all treated him so deeply, and he thought that he could not disappoint them even if he died in this life. At this moment, the flames formed by the celestial phoenix remnant fell into the valley. With a rumbling sound, it entered Fei's body. Ah! Fei suddenly let out a loud cry, as if he was in extreme pain. He could not bear the heat of the flames and his entire body began to melt. He gradually turned into a fire phoenix and moaned. "Your Excellency!" Yun Xiao cried out in surprise. "It's not her. This is a great opportunity. If you can't even bear this little pain, how can you go further in the future? You can save her now, but your path to the divine Tao will end here." Divine Tao! Yun Xiao immediately understood, and he was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your advice, my lord." Fei had already surpassed the peak of the martial path and entered the true God realm. Absorbing the flames of the phoenix's consciousness would be extremely beneficial to his body and cultivation. The flames continued to fall for more than an hour before they slowly stopped. The entire sky was filled with fire elements, and the air would burn on its own if one was not careful. Fei had also returned to his human form. He lay on the large rock and slowly propped his body up. "Fei!" Yun Xiao was the first to step forward and slowly help her up. As soon as it touched his body, he felt extremely hot. The indestructible golden body automatically protected his body and gave off a bright golden light. Fei was startled for a moment before she came back to her senses. She found that Yun Xiao's 5 fingers were stained with flames and were slowly burning. "Husband, you're tired." "I'm fine." Yun Xiao shook his head with a smile. "This fire is much stronger than the previous one." He clenched his fist, and the flame was immediately extinguished in his palm. The skin on his hand was as white as jade, and not a single wound was left. Only then did Fei and I realize that her body was full of elemental energy. There seemed to be a phoenix's shadow circling above her dantian, and with every movement, an extremely pure energy flowed through her body. "This realm is too awesome." She was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim, "God realm!" Bai Shu Yui nodded and smiled. "You are indeed a true immortal realm cultivator. You have a phoenix body, and after absorbing the remnant consciousness of the celestial phoenix, you have become an immortal realm cultivator in the true sense, just like Li Yunxiao. Thank you for your advice, my lord." Fei was overjoyed. The person in front of her was very unfamiliar, but he gave her a feeling that he was difficult to see through. She had already guessed that he was most likely the person she was looking for this time. Bailuan Yui laughed. "No need to thank me. This has nothing to do with me. Instead, you should thank your husband and palace master Hongyan. They were the ones who risked their lives to save you from Zhan Yu and his brother." "Thank you, my husband." "Thank you, sister Hongyan." Fei's heart was filled with emotions that were warmer than the power of the primordial fire in her body. She looked at the two affectionately, and then her eyes fell on Yun Xiao, her cheeks slightly red. "We're all sisters. There's no need to be so polite. Chu Hongyan smiled. We have to thank Fei Yong. He really risked his life. If it wasn't for the Lord's rescue, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see him. At this point, Chu Hongyan's eyes turned red and a little sore. Fanny's heart trembled. She called Yunxiao's name softly and held her hand tightly, refusing to let go. The charming atmosphere immediately made Yunxiao feel a little unnatural, not to mention that there were many people around him. He immediately retracted his hand and smiled awkwardly as he said, "It's not that serious. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's good that you're fine." "Yes," Fanny responded softly. With her intelligence, she naturally knew that Chu Hongyan and the 100 would not speak nonsense. The situation at that time must have been more dangerous than they said. An indescribable feeling of gratitude flowed in her heart. It's good that everyone's fine. I see that everyone has profited from this misfortune and is happy. Not only have Luo Yunshang and Fanny stepped into the true immortal realm, but Yunxiao's strength seems to have improved greatly as well. However, the boy's spirit energy makes it difficult for me to detect his true cultivation base. Gu Qingqing's eyes flickered as she stared at Yunxiao for a while. She could only feel that he was different from before, but she could not tell what the difference was. "You have a good eye, my lord," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You really have a good eye." He didn't say it out loud, only admitting it was true. "Let's go, follow me into the house. These few days, I have only been focused on healing my injuries. Fortunately, there are no major problems. It is time to tell you some things." Bailuan Yui's smile disappeared, and her expression became indifferent. She led everyone into the stone house. It was very simple and crude inside. There was only a stone bed placed there. There were a few strange arrays carved on the ground, but no one knew what they were for. "This humble house is vulgar. Everyone, please make do with it." Bailuan Yui made a gesture of invitation and entered alone. She sat cross-legged on a small formation in the air and put her hands together at her dantian. The array immediately began to work, and a faint light flickered and was absorbed into the 100 tying garment. His entire body glowed with a faint lustrous light and fused with the array. Yunxiao looked over. Although he did not know what the array was, he could see some clues. "Is your excellency feeling itchy?" "It's all right, I'm used to it." Baishu Yui smiled. "Speaking of which, for this old man to be able to see you with this sick body, it can be considered the mercy of the heavens." As soon as these words came out, the few people were all greatly shocked. Gu Qingqing was even more sorrowful. She covered her mouth and said sadly, "Is Darren's injury so serious that it can't be recovered? There are 3,000 great Daos in the world. Is there no one that can save you, my lord?" Baishu Yui was very calm. She smiled and shook her head. "Maybe, but there's no need to. Even if you can save me, you won't be able to last much longer, so why waste your time?" "My lord, you saved my life," Yunxiao said seriously. "Please tell me the treatment method. I'll find it no matter how difficult it is." Baishu Yui raised her hand and interrupted them. "If I want to live a few more days, I have my own way to extend my life, so there's no need to worry about it. It's just that there's no need to be sad in life and no need to suffer in death. Besides, this chronic illness has been plaguing me for a long time, and I'd rather die than live. I've been dragging this illness on to keep my life just so I could see the master of the Divine Realm Tablet." "What's the secret of this Divine Realm Tablet?" Yunxiao asked with a serious expression. "Why do you value it so much, my lord?" He stretched out his right hand, and a white light slowly rose and turned into the Divine Realm Tablet. He held it in his palm, and the flowing light rotated, looking very beautiful. Baishu Yui's eyes narrowed as she stared at the monument for a while. She seemed to be a little infatuated with it. A peaceful look appeared on her face as she said, "In the vast universe, there are thousands of worlds and countless planes. When each plane is born, there will be many accompanying objects. Just like the plane, they can be said to be condensed by the power of the world. The Divine Realm Tablet is the condensation of the realm power of this realm, and it represents the highest rule of a profound level weapon. In other words, in the heavenly martial realm, It is impossible to refine a holy weapon that surpasses the quality of the Divine Realm tablet. I already know that, Xianxia said. Even so, it's only a top-grade mystic artifact. Although it's worth paying attention to, you don't have to go too far. Hee, you don't understand. Since it's condensed from the power of the realm, besides its own power, it also contains heaven's will. What's lamentable is that for countless years, people's pursuit of the Divine Realm tablet was only limited to its power, but they ignored the most important heaven's will. Even if it was obtained by people in some times, they couldn't exert its power and become the destined person. What's going on with this destined person? I heard that the Divine Realm tablet seems to have lost its artifact spirit, so it can't exert its full power. Xianxia frowned and asked the question in his heart. The so-called destined person is a person chosen by fate in the long river of the heavenly Tao. The Baishuan Yui said. He bears the mission of carrying out the heavenly Tao on behalf of the heavens. There is the protection of the heavenly Tao in the unseen world, and it is very difficult for him to die. Xianxia was taken aback. So, I have the protection of the heavenly Tao. He asked, does that mean I can do whatever I want and kill any god in my way? Hee. It would be great if it was that simple. Bai Shuyui shook her head with a bitter smile and said, what is Tao? Xianxia pondered for a moment, then answered, Tao is the rules, the order of all things in the world. Not bad, your answer is very close. You can understand it this way. Xianxia Palace had its own rules, and the Long family had its own rules. They were the code of conduct for the two factions, and no one could cross them. Once the rules were broken, they would be punished. However, if a member of the Long family enters the Divine Cloud Palace, can the rules of the Divine Cloud Palace restrict the Long family? Bai Shuyui suddenly threw out a question, and everyone was stunned. If the two sides are friendly, the Long family will abide by the rules of Xianxia Palace, Fanny said. If they aren't friendly, then they won't abide by the rules. Gu Qingqing seemed to have understood something. My lord's meaning is that this way, the rules will be in chaos. Bai Shuyui laughed. The rules are not broken. They are still there. The ones who are broken are the people of the two sections. What should we do after the chaos? Xianxia asked. What should we do? Even if it's chaotic, the people of the two sects will not violate the rules set by the Holy Region, because the Holy Region is a greater Tao. Do you understand? Xianxia nodded and said, I understand what you mean, my lord. The heavenly martial realm has its Tao, and the devil realm has its Tao. The attributes of the two are different, but they are both under the vast heavenly Tao of the universe. The two are just different forms of evolution of the heavenly Tao. Yes, that's right. You're very smart, Bai Shuyui praised. That is to say, the realm power is only a power derived from the Tao of the heavenly martial realm. It is not the supreme heavenly Tao of the universe. The realm power of the heavenly martial realm gave birth to the Divine Realm Tablet, the world-destroying Purple Mansion Divine Thunder, the True Dragon and the Heavenly Phoenix, and so on. The realm power of the Devil Realm gave birth to the Six Paths Demonic Weapon, the Ice Fiend Heartflame, and so on. They're just one of the manifestations of the heavenly Tao in the Great Thousand Universe. Is the Heavenly Phoenix also formed from the realm's power? Fei and I was shocked. The 100-will tying garment shook its head and said, the Heavenly Phoenix is not completely condensed from the power of the realm. It was an ancient bird that cultivated and understood the rules of this realm. Only then did it evolve into the undying bird and become a heavenly phoenix. It's not much different from the true dragon condensed from the power of the realm. I understand what you said, my lord, Xianxia said. But what does this have to do with destiny? Bailuan Yui smiled and said, let's continue with the previous topic. If the Long family invades the Divine Cloud Palace, the Divine Cloud Palace will naturally resist. Then, we must elect a candidate to fight the enemy with the treasures of the Divine Cloud Palace. On the surface, it looks like a battle of life and death between the people of the inner realm, but in reality, it's a battle of life and death between the two realms. A battle of life and death between realms. Everyone was taken aback. They had all heard this before. Gu Qingqing was shocked. Could it be that the realm itself has its own consciousness? The Baishu Yui shook her head. I don't know if the realm has its own consciousness, but the realm is like a human body. When it is attacked by external forces, it will definitely resist. The heavenly Tao is vast, and what I've seen is only the tip of the iceberg. Chu Hongyan, who had been listening quietly, said, Your Excellency, do you mean that Li Yunxiao is the one chosen by the realm of heavenly martial arts? Baishu Yui nodded and said, Yes, the will of the divine realm tablet itself is the embodiment of the plane's will. Since the heavenly saint artifact has chosen it as its master, it has also been recognized by the plane's power. Therefore, Yunxiao has the protection of the heaven's will. But you must understand that even the plane's power is not omnipotent, or else he would not have to fear the invasion of the devil world. Since the plane has a will, why doesn't it just send down purple lightning and destroy all the demons and demonic sources in the heavenly martial arts realm? Fei and I asked, puzzled. The plane will is just a rule of self-protection, Yunxiao said. It can't go beyond the scope of the universe's heavenly Tao. It's not like you and I who have free will and can do whatever they want. That's right. Young Master Yunxiao is so smart. It seems that the divine realm tablet has chosen the right person. Baishu Yui praised, revealing a gratified look. Yunxiao smiled wryly and said, You're too kind, my lord. Being chosen by this thing makes me feel like I've become the divine realm tablet's servant. Why don't I give it to someone else? I don't want to be the one chosen by the plane. Haha, the person chosen by the plane might not be the right one. This is also a manifestation of the flaws in the realm power. Many tablet masters have died in the past, but the price for proving that the choice of the plane was wrong is your death. Do you really want to try? Baishu Yui looked at him with a smile. I have to pay for its mistake with my life? TSK. Forget it then. Yunxiao cursed helplessly. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Back then, the world deity led the experts of a world to fight against the devil lord. Countless of them were killed and injured, and only then did they exchange for 100,000 years of peace. Otherwise, this world would have long been devoured by the devil world, and would no longer exist in this world. Yunxiao was taken aback. He recalled what Mu Lingdi had said, that the devil realm was a realm of a higher level than the heavenly martial realm. If the two realms were to merge, the heavenly martial realm would be the one to be devoured. Perhaps this was the so-called war of the two realms. On the surface, it looked like a life-and-death battle between the people of the two realms, but in fact, it was a life-and-death struggle between the realms of heavenly martial arts. This topic immediately caused the atmosphere in the stone house to become heavy. You don't have to worry too much, Baishu Yui chuckled. We'll do our best and leave it to fate. But, Yunxiao said, according to my observation, there is still a huge gap between the strength of the two realms. Back then, a single demon master descended and nearly destroyed an entire world. Now that 100,000 years had passed, even if the devil emperor could no longer recover his strength, who knew if there were still existences as powerful as the devil emperor in the current devil realm? In addition, excluding the demon masters, the strength of those demon lords is also unusually terrifying. We don't know how many of them there are. If there are thousands or tens of thousands, then once the passageway between the two worlds is opened, there will be no need to fight. I don't know, the Baishu Yui said. I don't know the current power of the devil realm, but the energy contained in the heavenly martial arts realm now is stronger than it was 100,000 years ago. As for existences like demon masters, there could only be one in a world, because that is the choice of the demonic weapon of the six paths. Just like how the divine realm tablet chooses its master, there can only be one master. Chu Hongyan was puzzled. How can the power of the realm of heavenly martial arts be stronger than it was 100,000 years ago? That was the era of God realm experts. The rest of the people didn't understand either, only feeling that this was obviously wrong. Baishu Yui laughed. Don't forget that the heavenly martial realm has accumulated power for 100,000 years. Most of the top powerhouses of these times have been absorbed into the eternal world. Perhaps it is the will of the plane, in preparation for this demonic tribulation. Otherwise, Such a vast world like the eternal world would not have been born. Gu Qingqing said. But the people in the inner realm may not have such an understanding. They may not be united. Most of them do their own things and seek their own benefits. It doesn't matter, said Baishinu Yui. Once an enemy enters the country, most people can still unite. This is the so-called brothers fighting against each other from outside the wall. How many people are there in the eternal world at the moment? Yun Xiao asked. And how strong are they? The 100 will not said. Mysterious Separation Island should know this better than me. However, I don't have much lifespan left. Otherwise, I could perform a divination and help you calculate it. Xianli Island? Yun Xiao asked doubtfully. Bai Shuyui looked at Mu Xing and smiled. Lord Mu Xing is from Mysterious Separation Island. Can you help this old man solve my doubts? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Mu Xing Buzi, and the other two were already dumbfounded. What the 100 will not had said was like a fantasy story, completely subverting their understanding. I've learned a lot from what you've said, my lord. Could I relay some of the contents of your conversation to the island lord? Mu Xing asked in a deep voice. Bai Shu Yui smiled and said, Of course I can, and I can't ask for more. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't move freely, I would personally go to the island to have a chat with Master Yi Qingyu. The original intention of the establishment of Mysterious Separation Island was to resist the devil tribulation. I just don't know how it has developed over the years. I don't know the situation on the island, but I'm sure it's good. Mu Xing said after thinking for a while. That's good. The Knot said. Lord Yi Qingyu is extremely talented, and he was a key figure in the Demon Sealing War. Now that he is in control of Black Separation Island, he will definitely be one of the leading figures in the future demonic tribulation. I hope he can look favorably on Li Yunxiao. I'll definitely bring your words back to the island lord. Mu Xing cupped his fists and said, Mysterious Separation Island seems to be a sect in the eternal world? Yunxiao asked, Is that true? Bailuan Yui explained, You can say that. The original intention of opening the eternal world was for the demonic tribulation 100,000 years later. However, not everyone believed it, and not everyone was willing to care about the future. The original intention of many martial artists was simply to extend their lifespan. Lord Yi Qingyu was the king of the eastern region and had a lot of contact with the universe god in the past. He naturally believed in the demonic tribulation. In order to better gather the power of the heavenly martial realm, he opened up a floating island in the eternal world to gather the essence of the power of the entire eternal world and recruit powerful figures from all walks of life. The conditions for joining Mysterious Separation Island are very simple. As long as you swear loyalty to Mysterious Separation Island and are willing to participate in the demonic tribulation war, you can obtain the qualifications to enter the island and enjoy all kinds of resources on the island. This Yi Qingyu is the king of the eastern region? Yun Xiao asked in surprise. He's the king of the eastern region? He thought to himself that the king of the north region, Ling Mudi, and the king of the west region, Bei Jinghong, were still in his divine realm tablet. It seemed that some of the key figures in the Demon Sealing War back then had not died. Gu Qingqing said, For the past 100,000 years, Mysterious Separation Island has sent people to recruit every expert who entered the eternal world with conditions. It's a pity that this lady was born fond of freedom, so I had no choice but to wander around and find a place that could be considered good to seal myself. Mu Xing smiled, his cold metallic face flashing with a cold light. When I first joined Mysterious Separation Island, it was indeed for the resources of the island. I didn't believe in any demonic tribulation. To put it bluntly, I don't believe it even now. Besides, even if there really is a demonic tribulation, I probably won't be able to wait for it with my lifespan. Who cares if it floods the heavens after I die? Everyone has their own ambitions. The Knot laughed. You can't force it. But Mu Xing has already sworn to enter the island. If the demonic tribulation really comes, it's not up to you. Humph. Then let's see if my lifespan is worth living up to. Mu Xing snorted and did not comment. In fact, who would not want to live a little longer? He would be happy if he could see the demonic tribulation. The 100-wheel knot took out a fist-sized jade slip, which glowed with a golden light. It slowly flew up and landed in front of Xianxia, then said with a smile, "Imprint the information inside into your brain and then destroy it." Xianxia scanned the room with his divine sense and found that it was empty, with only the time and space coordinates. Could this be a swan and I? Bai Shu Yui shook her head and said, "I know what you want to say, but that's not it. These space-time coordinates were calculated using the remaining half of my lifespan, and they contain a key to the war of the two worlds. You'll naturally understand when the time comes." "Why are you still pretending to be mysterious at a time like this?" Xianxia was quite dissatisfied. "Can't you make yourself clear?" He clenched his fingers, and the golden jade slip in front of him instantly turned into gold fragments with a bang and scattered into the sky. Gu Qingqing scolded, "My lord has his reasons. Can't you be more patient?" Bai Shu Yui smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I want to pretend, but if this information is leaked, it will definitely cause great trouble. I'm afraid that I'll touch the heavens and cause changes, so I can't be careless. All right, I'll remember it in my head. When the time comes, I'll see if it's as you said and if there's any key point." Only then did Yunxiao's dissatisfaction disappear. He asked, "Do you know where the tablet spirit is, my lord?" "You're the master of the divine realm tablet," the 100-wheel knot said. "You'll have the opportunity to meet it sooner or later." "Yunxiao, Gu Qingqing said, "Although master can divine what happened before and after, the closer it is to the heavenly Tao, the more harmful it is to oneself. If master had divined the tablet spirit for you, he might have died now." Yunxiao sighed and said, "I see, but there's one more thing. Is the real phoenix tail feather in the realm of everlasting life in Fanyao's hands? Do we have a chance to obtain it?" "It's indeed in Fanyao's hands. You can go and try. If I can really get it, Fanny will be able to complete the 9 nirvana transformation of the celestial phoenix, cultivate a true phoenix body, and step into the realm of a sovereign." "Thank you for your guidance, my lord," Yunxiao said with cupped fists. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Hold on, remember this as well," the 100-wheel knot said. He performed hand seals in the air, and his eyes turned golden. Runes flashed in his eyes continuously, and they were densely packed together. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he looked over in horror. The characters were actually ancient Maha characters. Although he could not understand a large number of them, he could clearly tell from the blurry characters that the one before him was one of the 4 great divine arts, the true primordial mantra. With his current strength, he could not remember all of them, but those characters were like golden needles, constantly piercing into the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, and then dissipating. It was the 100-wheel knot that was pouring the scripture into his mind with a secret technique. Yunxiao grimaced in pain and broke out in a cold sweat. "Flying!" Chu Hongyan was the first one to notice his abnormality. She was about to attack him in horror, but was immediately stopped by Gu Qingqing, who shouted, "Don't mess around. His Excellency is transferring his strength into his body." Strength transfer. The few of them were shocked, but they understood the profoundness of it. They immediately didn't dare to move and stood quietly to the side to guard. In everyone's eyes, they could only see a layer of dense golden light appearing on the 2 people's bodies. Other than that, it was difficult to detect anything else. After a short while, the golden light dissipated. Yunxiao could not help but cover his head with his hands and groan. His head covered in cold sweat. The women hurriedly came forward and took out fragrant handkerchiefs to wipe her face. Gu Qingqing stepped forward and came to the 100-wheel knot, and said in horror, "My lord, what are you doing?" The appearance of the Bai Shu Yui suddenly became dejected, as if it had taken away the last of his life. His silver hair lost its luster, and his eyes were turbid and lifeless. Bai Shu Yui lowered her head and waved her hand. "Let's go, all of you." Gu Qingqing was filled with grief and indignation. "My lord, why do you have to do this?" However, Bai Shu Yui did not answer. She still lowered her head and did not move. Only her nostrils emitted a light breath. It was very long, as if she was regulating her breath. Yun Xiao endured the pain and bowed to Bailuan Yui, then slowly left the stone house. Gu Qingqing knew that the 100 would not answer her again, so she couldn't help but cry. She also bowed again and left with the others. The body of the 100th did not move. A few days later, a man's voice came from outside the stone house. "Look, it's the stone house." Then, a woman said, "This stone house looks exactly like the portrait left behind by our ancestors. I didn't think that we would really find it. I wonder if that lord is still inside." The man said in a deep voice, but he could not hide the excitement in his voice. Then, he heard a respectful knock on the door. "Is there anyone in the room? I am Duanmu Yoyu and my younger sister, Duanmu Tsang, have come to pay our respects to you, senior." After waiting for a long time, the Baishu Yui still did not move. Duanmu Yoyu and Duanmu Tsang's soft discussion could be heard from outside the door. Soon after, the two of them slowly pushed open the door to the stone house. The faint light shone in and fell on the body of the Baishu Yui, making her look extremely old. "You guys are here." At this moment, Bailuan Yui raised her head slightly. Her eyes were still lifeless as she spoke weakly. Duanmu Yoyu and Duanmu Tsang stood in front of the door. They were rather shocked as they looked at the old man. For a moment they were in a daze. Duanmu Yoyu stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Is my lord the 100 will not?" Baishu Yui chuckled, and her face finally showed some luster. Her eyes swept over the two siblings, and she praised, "Not bad, a dragon among men. Duanmu Qi didn't disappoint me after all. He has raised such an outstanding descendant." The two siblings were shocked and immediately confirmed the identity of the old man in front of them. The two of them immediately bowed. Duanmu Yoyu said respectfully, "Senior is indeed ancestor Duanmu Qi's benefactor. My younger sister and I pay our respects to senior." "Hehe, please get up, no need for formalities. It's heaven's will for you to come and see me for the last time." Baishu Yui's eyes were full of relief, as if she was very satisfied with the arrangement of the heavenly Tao. Duanmu Yoyu said, "Our ancestors have always mentioned you. Since the eternal world opened, we came here. I didn't expect you to still be alive. It's really surprising. Hehe. I won't be able to live if I wait a few more days." The Baishu Yui raised her left hand, and a thick black jade bangle on her wrist was slowly removed. It flew in front of Duanmu Yoyu and said, "Duanmu Qi has learned 20 to 30% of our lineage's legacy. The remaining 70 to 80% is in this jade bracelet. I'll hand it all over to you now." "Ah!" The brother and sister were both shocked. They had only come here out of curiosity and did not expect to see the person mentioned in their ancestors' last words, much less to obtain such a great opportunity. Baishu Yui chuckled. "Your ancestor only learned 20 to 30% of it, so you can't blame him. It's just that I'm not talented enough, so I only learned 50 to 60%. That's why I didn't teach my disciple well. Milord is too modest." Duanmu Yoyu hurriedly put away the jade bangle. After sweeping it with his spiritual sense, he was immediately overjoyed. He could not help but be overjoyed. Inside the jade bracelet was a golden staff with 9 tin rings. It was the item for divination that Duanmuki had read about in many of his notes. It was the heirloom of this lineage. Other than that, there were also a large number of profound-level weapons, medicinal pills, and all sorts of jade slips. "How's your cultivation of the true primordial skill?" the 100 will not asked. The two siblings were shocked and quickly responded. "I am ashamed to say that I have only reached the 5th level 2nd volume," Duanmu Yoyu said. Duanmu Tsang's cheeks were slightly red as he said in embarrassment, "I've only cultivated it to the 3rd level part 1. The 100 will not clothes nodded slightly and said, "This is already not bad. The true primordial tactics has a total of 9 levels. Back then, Duanmu Qi only cultivated to the 6th level. Even I only reached the 8th level. The entire 9th level of the entire volume is recorded in the 9 lustrous star staff. If you are fated to learn it, then you can." "Many thanks, senior." The two siblings were overjoyed and grateful. "I should be the one thanking you," the 100 will not said with a smile. That's why the inheritance of our absolute beginning lineage didn't end in my hands. Duanmu Yoyu said with a serious expression, Senior, I will not thank you for your great kindness. If there's anything Senior wishes to instruct me on, this junior will do anything to help Senior accomplish it, even if I have to go through fire and water. With his eyesight, he naturally understood that the 100th Will Yui's life was coming to an end. Moreover, the clairvoyant's life often peeked into the heavenly Tao and was punished by the heavenly Tao, which was incurable. Therefore, he was usually very interested in divination for small things, but he didn't dare to do it carelessly when it came to matters related to the heavenly fate. The 100 Wheels not laughed and said, It's nothing important. If there is, it's the difficulty of the demonic tribulation. You need to observe Yunxiao well. If he can be recognized by the Divine Realm Tablet, you must support him with all your strength. You know Li Yunxiao? Duanmu Yoyu asked in surprise. Senior, you know him? Didn't he already get the Divine Realm Tablet? The 100 Wheel not sighed. The Divine Realm Tablet he obtained is a dead object that has lost its tablet spirit. He needs to be recognized by the tablet spirit to be considered in line with the will of the great path of this world. With my power, I can only calculate 1 or 2 things about the devil tribulation, and I dare not calculate it for too many days. Otherwise, I would have been turned into ashes and wouldn't have been able to see you today. Duanmu Yoyu hurriedly said. Senior bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the people. For the sake of the common people's livelihood, your contributions will be rewarded for thousands of years. Bai Shu Yui laughed bitterly and shook her head. You don't have to flatter me. Countless powerhouses died in the Demon Sealing War, and even they sacrificed more than I did. The future will still depend on you young people. This era belongs to you, and the fate of heaven is also on you. Don't worry, my lord, Duanmu Yoyu said. We will do our best to assist Yunxiao. You don't have to admit your death, the Knot said. Let the heavens decide. If the Divine Realm Tablet abandons Yunxiao, you need to find a wise lord to join. Yes. The 2 siblings were slightly shocked and hurriedly responded. Bai Shu Yui waved her hand and said, You guys can leave. Senior, do you have anything else to say? Duanmu Yoyu was stunned. There's nothing else, the 100 Wheel not said. Your appearance has fulfilled half of my wish. 2 more friends are coming. I wonder if I can wait until then. 2 friends? I don't know who it is, but we can serve by Senior's side. Duanmu Yoyu hurriedly said. Hee, these 2 friends aren't to be trifled with. You should leave quickly. If you continue to stay, you will ruin my plans. Bai Shu Yui chuckled and waved her hand again. She lowered her head and no longer spoke. The Duanmu siblings waited for a while and found that the 100 Will not clothes seemed to be asleep. They looked at each other and then bowed 9 times respectfully as a gift of inheritance. Then, they bowed and left the stone house. Big brother, it seems that what the ancestor wrote in his notes was true. It seems that the heavenly Tao is changing, and it's really going to restore the 10 rules. So, it should be true that Yunxiao has become a god. After flying for a while, Duanmu Tsang finally returned to his senses and said carefully. Duanmu Yoyu was also filled with emotion. He sighed. Senior's divination skills are truly unfathomable. We're far inferior to him. Duanmu Tsang said, Big brother, you don't have to belittle yourself. The deduction of the heavenly fate is against the will of the heavens. You will be punished by the heavens. I don't want anything to happen to you. Well, let's talk about the deduction in the future. The most important thing now is to fully understand the primordial true skill. I wonder how much I can learn. Duanmu Yoyu's eyes flickered with a bright light. I hope it can play a role in the demonic tribulation, so that my trip to this world wasn't in vain. Duanmu Tsang laughed. Big brother's reputation is illustrious. His title is Tianyan, and he's revered by tens of thousands of people. How can you live in vain? Ha ha! Who would take such an undeserved reputation seriously? Let's go. Duanmu Yoyu laughed. The 2 of them turned into flowing lights and disappeared into the horizon. After a few more days, more than 10 rays of light flew over from the sky like meteors. They turned into a meteor shower and fell around the stone house. The person's strength was tyrannical, and the moment he landed, his aura covered the surrounding area for several miles. The few people in the lead were Wei Qing and his son, Luo Qingyun and Wu Deshang. Wei Qing's divine sense swept over the stone house and he frowned. Is this the place? Wu Deshang was holding a needle in his hand, pointing at the small house. It should be right. I wonder if my old friend has died after so many years. He chuckled and strode forward. He lifted his foot and pushed the stone door open. 100 will not, are you dead? Boom! The stone door shattered in an instant. Not only that, but the entire stone house also collapsed with a loud bang, revealing the figure of the 100 will not. You're finally here? Lord Luanyu. The Bai Shu Yui raised her head, and her turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. She actually regained her composure, and her white hair also began to gradually shine like 100 flowers blooming. Only then did Wei Qing and the others know Wu Deshang's real name. He was called Luanyu, but this name was very unfamiliar, and they had no information about it in their minds. Moreover, the old man in the stone house clearly looked like he was on the verge of death, but he suddenly became full of vitality. It was obvious that he was in his final moments. Could it be that this person knew that Luanyu was coming, so he held on and waited here? Suspicion rose in everyone's hearts, and they were extremely curious about the identity of Yuri and this old man. Hee, you're not dead yet as expected. Luanyu's eyes flickered with a cold light. He also saw the state of the 100 will not and sneered. You're forcing yourself to not die just to see me. Who says not? Bai Shu Yui also chuckled. Luanyu snorted coldly and retracted his smile. He said in a cold voice, could it be that you found your conscience before you die and decided to tell me? Tell you? Hee, I don't understand what you're talking about. The 100 will not smiled gently, his eyes kind and serene. Old thing, you really want to have your soul scattered. It seems like I have to fulfill your wish. Luanyu's expression turned cold, and killing intent burst forth. Hee. Bai Shu Yui just smiled faintly and was not afraid. Luanyu stared at him for a while before the killing intent in his body dissipated. He sighed. I forgot that you were going to die anyway. Moreover, you're presumptuously deducing the heavenly Tao. After death, your soul will be scattered. There's indeed nothing that can threaten you. If I could be threatened, I would have surrendered back then, Bai Shu Yui said with a smile. Luanyu's eyes were filled with a vulture's expression. He gritted his teeth and said, You've caused me to live in the dragon-shaking hammer for so many years. Don't you have any qualms about it? The rain land of the East Sea is where thousands of rivers gather. But after so many years, it still can't wash away the hostility in your body. Bai Shu Yui chuckled. Old thing, I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Tell me where that place is. Luanyu's face immediately turned malevolent, and he said in a cold voice, I can already feel the realm energy stirring. I'm afraid the time is almost up, right? Where is the location? Bai Shu Yui lowered her brows and pondered. After a while, she opened her eyes and smiled. I've forgotten. Bang! The ground beneath Luanyu's feet instantly split open, and a wave of air spread out. He suppressed all his anger, for fear of accidentally killing the 100 will not. He said in a cold voice, Do you really think I can't read your memories? I've already erased my own memory. Moreover, I'm the successor of the primordial true skill. Are you confident that you can read it without any backlash? Bai Shu Yui remained calm from the beginning. She looked at Luanyu with a smile and remained unmoved. Old man, you should die. Luanyu furiously roared towards the sky. Dragon roars broke through the sky one after another, shaking the sky in all directions. The expressions of Wei Qing and the others changed drastically as they looked over in horror. Luo Qingyun's body trembled like a sieve, and his face turned as pale as a sheet. He had 10th grade dragon blood and was at the true immortal realm. His dragon power was enough to suppress all living beings, but now he was trembling under the roar of the ruling plume. It was a fear that came from the depths of the soul. It was an innate spiritual pressure. This caused him to turn pale with fright. Other than those living true spirit dragons from back then, he really couldn't think of any other existence in this world that could suppress his soul. You? Who exactly are you, Xianxia? Luo Qingyun's body couldn't help but tremble violently. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and he almost couldn't hold on any longer. However, his strong will and spirit continued to support him, fighting against the fear in the depths of his soul. At most, you'll die. What are you afraid of? The strong desire and anger in his heart continued to roar, fighting against the fear that came from his blood. With a crisp clang, the origami bright moon spear was inserted into the ground, supporting his body. He would rather die than kneel. Bai Shu Yui looked at Luo Qingyun's appearance and the desolate god's moon spear. Her eyes flashed with a strange look, and she was full of praise. After Luanyu roared several times, his killing intent finally appeared. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since you're not willing to tell me, I'll have to take the risk and try. Even if you delete your memory, I have a way to read it." He stepped forward and reached out to grab the head of the 100 will not. Bai Shu Yui had a smile on her face from the beginning to the end, without the slightest fear. She only raised her head. A trace of joy flashed in her eyes, and suddenly laughed. "Ha ha! The heavens have not forsaken me. Even my last friend has come." Luanyu's hand stopped in midair, and she also raised her head. The expressions of Wei Qing and the others changed slightly. They looked up into the sky and saw a burly figure standing in the wind tens of thousands of feet above, looking down coldly. "You're Ing Luo." Luanyu frowned and looked at that person's appearance. He seemed to be somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he recalled and sneered, coldly saying, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the Emperor of the Little Ice Sky of the Extreme North, the one who used his wife's life to forge a weapon, Feng Yaoli. Why, do you want to save this old thing? TSK. I forgot that you're also the successor of the absolute beginning lineage." The person who was 30,000 meters above them was Feng Yaoli. After hearing what Luanyu said, his expression changed drastically as he rebuked. "Damn you! How dare you speak such nonsense? Do you still think you're the true dragon or son of heaven? In my eyes, you're just a pitiful worm." Luanyu was also furious. His face was ashen as he stared at the sky with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Don't you understand the principle that trouble comes from the mouth? It seems like I'll have to exterminate your absolute beginning lineage today. Haha, what a big joke. It's really hard to say who will live and who will die," Feng Yaoli sneered. "My sharp sword will kill you today, you insect." There was a flash of light in his hand, and a chill suddenly filled the sky. The cold sword of ice and frost suddenly appeared, shining brightly. Luo Qingyun was taken aback. He had fought with Yun Shao countless times, so he naturally recognized the sword. He was shocked and could not understand why it had appeared in this man's hand, and it seemed to be sharper and more powerful than before. Luanyu's expression was as gloomy as water. He turned back to look at Wei Qing and his son, and said, "You guys help me block this person first. I'll use my divine arts to search this old thing's soul before killing him." The shock in Wei Qing's heart was indescribable. Not only was Luanyu's strength beyond his expectations, but that Feng Yaoli also gave him a vague feeling that he was unparalleled. He didn't understand how so many experts had suddenly appeared in the world. He only felt that he had been a frog in a well when he had stayed in the holy region. However, he put his hands behind his back and said coldly, "On what basis? With such a strong enemy, what reason do I have to risk my life for you?" Luanyu was enraged. "Didn't we form an alliance?" Wei Qing laughed coldly. "The alliance was only formed because of the search for Phoenix Feather. This is clearly your personal matter. Why should I help you? The sanctuary is not your shield." "You coward!" Luanyu was furious, but at this moment, he could not find a reason to persuade Wei Qing, so he could not help but roar repeatedly. "I have countless rare treasures in my hands, and I can use them as a price." Luanyu quickly regained his senses, and his eyes became clear. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 treasures of various kinds appeared in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said proudly, Every one of them is hard to come by. Some of the treasures are even as valuable as saint artifacts. Wei Qing and the others looked over and couldn't help but be shocked. Those treasures were shining with spiritual light and had a threatening aura. All of them were of the best quality. Some of the profound level weapons even contained a vast amount of weapon essence, which made everyone look at them. The 100 will not also trembled, and his pupils contracted. He stared at one of the bottle-like profound level weapons and said, "Yin and Yang air bottle. This item is actually in your hands." "Oh, really? This thing is called the Yin-Yang Dual Air Bottle? I heard it's called the Silver Feather Bottle." Luanyu supported his chin and laughed mischievously, saying, "What? Even Lord Bailuan is moved? As long as you tell me where it is, I can give you all of these treasures." Silver Feather Bottle, Yin and Yang Air Bottle. Wei Wuya's brows were tightly furrowed as if he was thinking hard about something. His eyes were fixed on the bottle the entire time. The treasure bottle was a foot long and emitted a silver light. There were unrecognizable patterns and strange symbols carved on it. At a glance, it seemed that even one's divine sense would be affected, making one feel a little dazed. "Humph!" Bai Shu Yui snorted and said, "Why are you acting dumb? How can you not know the origin of this treasure?" "Hee. Then does my lord want it?" Luanyu reached out and grabbed the silver bottle. He handed it over. "This craftsmanship, this quality, TSK, 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 TSK. I remember now. Yin-Yang Dual Air Bottle." Wei Wuya suddenly let out a cry of surprise and sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes turned sharp as he stared at the silver bottle. He extended his hand and shouted, "Give me this item and I'll help you block the person above." Wei Qing was slightly surprised. Seeing his father so excited, it was obviously something extraordinary, but he did not seem to have much impression of it. "Haha! There's someone who knows what's good here." Luanyu grabbed the treasure bottle and shook it in front of the 100 while tying garment a few times, saying, "My lord, as long as you tell me where that place is, this bottle is yours. Otherwise, I'll have to bear the pain and cut it off for others." "I really forgot." Bai Shu Yui shook her head. "I even erased my memory. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Bang! The ground was once again crushed by Yuri's stomping. He threw the treasure bottle to Wei Wuya, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all the remaining treasures. Then, with a ferocious expression, he reached out to grab the 100 will not. "Old man, you're hopeless!" He roared in anger, and sharp green claws appeared on his 5 fingers, which he stabbed down directly. "Hold on! Die!" Feng Yaoli shouted angrily as a sword radiance slashed down from the sky. The sword chi was so vast that it directly split the sky and the earth. Wei Wuya was holding the silver bottle in his arms, and his face was filled with excitement. When he saw the sword light, his body flickered, and his strength burst out in an instant. He shouted and slapped out with his palm. Boom! The palm technique did not resist the sword light head-on. Instead, it hit the sword light from the side, causing it to miss and deviate a few thousand feet away. The ground was constantly being cut apart with a rumble. However, Luanyu still stopped for a moment. He only used his finger to gently pierce the head of the 100 will not. He raised his head and sneered, "Ruler of a fallen nation, do you have any other questions?" Feng Yaoli's expression changed several times. He stared at the 100 will not and said, "What about the true primordial tactics? You're going to die anyway, so you can't let the true secret art be lost." The 100 will not laughed and said, "So you've only cultivated to the 8th level. You're missing the last level of the skill formula. But don't worry, I've already passed the complete true skill formula to others. The line of absolute beginning will not be broken." Damn it! Feng Yaoli was furious, and the veins on his forehead popped out. He roared, "Who did it come from?" The cold sword of ice and frost rippled with waves of coldness as it pointed straight down. "Hee, everything is normal. You don't have to worry about it." The 100 will not smiled faintly, put his hands together in his dantian, and slowly read, "Come without a trace and leave without a trace. Go with the coming." There's no need to ask more about fleeting life, it's just a dream. You're on the verge of death, but you're pretending to be calm. There's no cure. Luan Yu angrily rebuked. He knew that he would not be able to get any more answers. Suddenly, his claw fell and pierced into the head of the 100 tying garment. 5 streams of blood flowed down from his fingertips. A smile appeared on the corner of Bai Shu Yui's mouth, and she closed her eyes peacefully. Do you think that death will solve all your problems? With this Lord's abilities, forcefully searching your soul is a simple matter. Luan Yu's face revealed a malevolent expression as his left palm smacked over. Feng Yaoli's expression changed drastically, and he rebuked angrily, "Give me the old bastard's body." As the sword slashed down, the ice froze everything within 1,000 miles. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Feng Yaoli teleported down, and the ice sword slashed towards Luan Yu's hand. Dang! Suddenly, a stream of qi broke through the ice and shot straight at the sword. It hit the sword and missed. Wei Wuya's cultivation instantly reached the void extreme divine realm. He flicked out a finger, and at the same time, his other hand formed a tiger claw, appearing behind Feng Yaoli. The entire space twisted along with his movements, and he clawed at Feng Yaoli's right shoulder. Damn it! Feng Yaoli was furious. He shook his right shoulder and shattered the space force. His face turned ferocious as he turned into the true form of the calamity. He turned his head and pushed out his horns. What? A fight of misfortune. Wei Wuya was taken aback. 2 bolts of lightning, gold and silver, shot toward him, tearing 2 deep cracks in the sky. Wei Wuya didn't dare to be careless. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out with his left. A strange color spread out between his fist and palm, sharp and extraordinary. Bang! The 2 balls of lightning were instantly shattered, and Wei Wuya's figure flashed as he charged forward. His strength had reached its peak, and he smashed down with a fist. Without any technique, it was a mighty attack that was condensed by pure power. It struck toward Feng Yaoli. He had seen Shang's power in the Battle of 5 Cloud Mountain, and it would be troublesome if he used the Taiji Sky Sealing Seal. So, he had learned from Yunxiao's strategy and attacked first, leaving no chance for his opponent to use it. Bang! Feng Yaoli was furious. He held his ice sword horizontally in front of him. He turned the sword and reflected a dazzling light, blocking the power of the punch. However, the sword body rippled with the power of the vast fist. His arm also went numb and his huge body took a few steps back. What? Void God Realm. Feng Yaoli was taken aback. Seeing Wei Wuya's attack again, he suddenly flashed and moved 1,000 feet away from where he was standing, and then 1,000 feet away. Only then did Wei Wuya relax. His cultivation had instantly fallen back to the divine sovereign realm, and he didn't want to fight to the death with his opponent. He just wanted to stop his opponent so that it wouldn't affect his ruling plume. After Feng Yaoli retreated, he stood 10,000 feet away and turned back into his human form. He looked at the 100 rounds of binding soul with a gloomy face. A yellow light came out of the 100 will not garment's mind, and all kinds of scattered memory fragments rushed over like a vast sea of smoke. Luan Yu didn't dare to be careless. Those memory fragments were mixed with a large amount of absolute beginning power. He was like walking on thin ice, pulling chestnuts out of fire, carefully reading those fragments. Suddenly, a blurry scene appeared in front of his eyes. He saw the 100 will not holding a golden staff and opening the torrent of time to deduce the number of days. At the same time, one of the fragments gave off an extremely strong green light. White clouds swirled, and the sky and earth changed colors. Luan Yu's entire body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and tried his best to look down. The scene in the fragment was immediately retrieved. Then, the 100 will not garment took out a fist-sized gold slip and imprinted the information on it. The information that followed was extremely fragmented and came back in droves. Luan Yu was extremely anxious and continued to search. Jade slip, golden jade slip, where is it? Where is it? Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He finally saw a small piece of memory. The golden jade slip suddenly shattered in front of a person, turning into countless golden light spots and dissipating into the world. Boom! Suddenly, a vast force swept up those memory fragments and turned them into a tornado that directly poured into the Yuri spiritual altar's sea of consciousness. Ah! Luan Yu suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. He took his hands out of the 100-will tying garment's head and covered his own head. His hands were covered in blood, which immediately stained his ears and cheeks, making him look disgusting. He held his head and groaned. Ha ha ha! In the sky, Feng Yaoli suddenly burst out laughing and sneered. Jumping clowns, you overestimate yourself. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn the 100-wheel armor! Damn the golden jade! Who was it? Who crushed that jade? Luan Yu was extremely furious. His eyes turned red and his body shook. A golden dragon tail appeared and struck the 100-wheel knot, shattering his body. The dragon's tail was made of golden light and disappeared after a blow, leaving only Luan Yu holding his head and gasping for breath. At this time, he knew that everything was a trap set by the 100-wheel knot. He deliberately left some vague information in his sea of consciousness to let himself fall into it. Then, he set up a trap at the most critical point and condensed the last of the absolute beginning power to form a storm to seriously injure his soul consciousness. The Baishu Yui naturally knew that it was impossible to kill Yuri with such a method. It could only be considered a small punishment as a warning, and also a kind of counterattack for offending his corpse. Woo! Damn it! Damn it! Luan Yu once again roared towards the sky, and dragon shadows constantly appeared on his body, causing the surrounding land to shake and the mountains to shake. Everyone was shocked by this pressure, especially Luo Qingyun, whose face was as pale as paper. He was almost sure that the man in front of him was a real dragon, or else he would not have such a terrible dragon's pressure. Humph, a reptile will always be a reptile. Your heart is higher than the sky, and your life is as thin as paper. Feng Yaoli mocked him mercilessly, his eyes full of gloating. Humph, I'm an insect, and who the hell are you? A person who can even refine his own wife into a sword has now become even more inhuman and demonic. Who is the pitiful one here? Luan Yu slowly stabilized her mind, then raised her head and retorted, no matter what, I'm his enemy. He has no reason to help me. And you? The sad thing is that even though they are both from the same line of the absolute beginning, the 100-will not would rather pass the absolute beginning technique to an outsider than to pass it to his former junior brother, ha ha ha. Feng Yaoli was furious, and his eyes were spitting fire. He glared at her for a while and said coldly, Humph, I'm pitiful? No matter how pitiful I am, don't forget that I also have the divine art of absolute beginning. I can also calculate who gets the last layer of the cultivation method. And you? Ha ha ha, you'll forever lose the chance to know about that place. Slowly wait for the heavenly Tao's choice to sweep you into the garbage dump. Ha ha ha. Luan Yu was stunned for a moment and then was stunned for a moment. Only then did she reveal a look of realization. Her eyes shone as she stared at Feng Yaoli, and excitedly said, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. You are the junior brother of the 100-wheel knot. Other than the person who crushed the jade slip, you're the only one in the world who can calculate the coordinates of that place. Ha ha. The heavens never leave a way out. Feng Yaoli looked at him sarcastically and sneered. No matter how ordinary the deduction technique is, it will still attract punishment. If one peeks into the heavenly Tao, it will even lead to the destruction of the body. I can't even bear to waste my lifespan to deduce the location of the divine art of absolute beginning, much less your thing. The Bailuan Yui was a person who had eaten the 3 lives fruit and sealed himself in the eternal world. His lifespan was far longer than this. He must have calculated that place, which was why he was punished by heaven and had his remaining lifespan cut off. Do you think I would sacrifice myself for others and use my remaining lifespan to help you divine? Luan Yu was silent for a moment before saying, There's nothing impossible in this world, only a bargaining chip that can't be paid. Perhaps I can give you what you need. Ha ha. What a joke. Feng Yaoli said sarcastically, What bargaining chip can be more important than your own life? Only a fool like the Baishu Yui would not be able to resist violating the heavenly Tao. The original intention of the grand primordium divine art is to control the power of time. It's an extremely powerful divine power, but these fools of the grand primordium lineage used it to peep into the past and the future, making themselves enemies of the heavenly Tao. They deserve to die early. Baishu Yui is a person of faith. How can she be as selfish as you? Luan Yu snorted in anger and started to mock him. Feng Yaoli couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes full of mockery. Haha, why does it sound so funny when you say that? I think you'll be able to make a living by telling jokes after you've been crippled by the heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, Luan Yu was immediately upset. Feng Yaoli was so powerful that he could not force him to come. Even if he could join forces with Wei Qing and his son to capture him, the divination would indeed hurt his longevity, and he would rather die than obey. If it was an equivalent exchange, what in the world could be equivalent to one's life? This was especially true for a selfish person like Feng Yaoli, who had no faith at all. His life was the heavens, and it was more important than anything else. He would never sacrifice himself for others. Feng Yaoli laughed out loud, put away his ice sword, and left in front of everyone. Wei Qing and the others looked on calmly, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Although Wei Wuya had gained some benefits, he had also fulfilled his promise and stopped Feng Yaoli. Now he was holding the yin-yang dual qi bottle and laughing from ear to ear. Something's wrong. Luan Yu suddenly cried out and slapped his own head. His eyes immediately shot out rays of light, as if a dead person had suddenly come back to life. Haha, no, there are still people who can divine it. Just now, the 100 will not said that the true primordial skill has been passed on to someone else. Then, the person who has received the inheritance has also inherited the 9 glorious star staff and has the ability to calculate the location. Luan Yu's eyes were constantly shining as he stared in the direction where Feng Yao had left. He said in a cold voice, now we just have to wait for Feng Yaoli to figure out who that person is. And I have to be on guard against him from killing that person. Wei Qing listened to him and said, Mr. Yuri, it seems like you've set your eyes on this person. So, are you going to look for the heavenly phoenix feather now? Or are you going to split up and go your separate ways? Luan Yu pondered and said, I must find the inheritor of the true primordial arts. The true tail feather of the heavenly phoenix is also very important to me. However, there were priorities and it was obvious that Feng Yaoli's matter was more important. I'll give you the coordinates of the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather. You can go first, and I'll come back after I'm done. He took out a jade box and threw it to Wei Qing. Inside the box was a jade green pointer that was full of spiritual energy. After that, he turned into a stream of light and chased after Feng Yaoli. Wei Qing held the jade box, his thoughts uncertain as he pondered for a long time. Wei Qing, what are you thinking about? Wei Wuya asked. Unless it about the real tail feathers. If you feel that it's dangerous, you can choose not to go. Dangerous? Wei Qing smiled indifferently and shook his head. No matter how dangerous the place is, we can still protect ourselves with our strength. Moreover, he had obtained the coordinates of the true tail feather for no reason. It was a gift from the heavens, so why not go? I'm just guessing the identity of that Yuri. He's too mysterious and too terrifying. Luo Qingyun's face was also white. Just thinking about it made him feel scared, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Li Yi rolled his eyes at him and sneered. Look at you, you almost knelt down and called him ancestor just now. Clang, in a fit of rage, Luo Qingyun instantly thrust out his war spear, aiming straight for Li Yi's vital points. 0%. Don't you dare. Li Yi was shocked. He was not his opponent to begin with, and now that he was suddenly attacked, he could not dodge in time. With an angry roar, he forcefully twisted his body, but the spear still pierced through his shoulder blade and came out. Li Yi howled like a pig being slaughtered. He looked at Wei Qing and said in a trembling voice, Your Excellency, he wants to kill me. Ah, it hurts. Plop. Luo Qingyun flicked his battle spear again, and Li Yi's arm was instantly sent flying, blood spurting out like a fountain. Li Yi's face turned pale. He did not think that the other party would really dare to be so ruthless. He was suddenly a little afraid and quickly took a few steps back to stop the bleeding on his shoulder. His face was full of anger. Wei Qing frowned and shouted, "Stop messing around. We're all on the same side. What's the point of fighting?" Li Yi quickly put on a long face and wailed, "Your Excellency, this person's heart must be punished. He wants to kill his own people without saying a word." "Haha, you're still talking about others? Look at you." Yao Jinliang, who had been watching coldly from the side, couldn't help but mock him at this moment. He was so close to spitting on him. Wei Qing couldn't do anything about him. He glared at him and also shouted, "Don't provoke him. He won't kill you for no reason." He was also extremely disgusted with people like Li Yi who were subservient and fawning over him. However, everyone had their own uses, and Li Yi had Li Yi's talents. At least, he was able to manage Red Moon City in an orderly manner, which made him feel much more at ease. Although Luo Qingyun was a proud man who was suitable to take on heavy responsibilities and become a peerless hero, he couldn't become an overlord, because he had put all his thoughts into cultivation. Li Yi was rendered speechless by the scolding and did not know how to explain himself. Moreover, judging from Wei Qing's angry look, it was obvious that he did not want to listen to his nonsense. He immediately suppressed his anger, lowered his head, picked up his arm, and began to apply the medicine to connect the two. "Luo Qingyun, you have 10th level dragon blood, but you still can't resist his pressure. Do you have any guesses about this person's identity?" Wei Qing looked at the pale-faced Luo Qingyun and asked, "This person must be at the true spirit rank and is ranked extremely high. I even suspect that he's the son of a true dragon." Luo Qingyun gritted his teeth and said. His face was livid, and it still hadn't recovered its color. "The son of the true dragon? Are you exaggerating?" Wei Qing was shocked. "I heard his conversation with the 100 will not. This person seemed to have been sealed in the dragon-shaking hammer in the East Sea. He only has a remnant soul. Later on, he came out for some reason. Perhaps he had to go to Donghai Palace to find out his identity. What I'm most curious about is the place he's been desperately looking for. It's as if it's related to his life, and if he can't be found, the heavenly Tao will let him die." The few of them fell silent, feeling that it was too mysterious and beyond his understanding. Nanfeng Xian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "Does everyone remember when he was talking to the man named Feng Yaoli?" Feng Yaoli said, "Do you still think you're the true dragon, son of heaven? I wonder if everyone remembers." "I remember. What do you want to say?" Wei Qing's expression changed and said in a deep voice, "Actually, Lord Wei Qing had already guessed what I wanted to say when I mentioned this." Nanfeng Xian said unhurriedly, "Why ask when you already know the answer?" She glanced at Wei Qing and said indifferently, "It's just that Darren doesn't dare to believe it, so he doesn't dare to say it out loud." Wei Qing gave a muffled groan, flicked his sleeves and said solemnly, "Why wouldn't I dare? It's just impossible." This sentence was deeply ambiguous. It could be understood as Luan Yu being arrogant and conceited, treating himself as a true dragon. It could also be understood as Luan Yu was once a true dragon, but now he no longer had the qualifications to be one. Two meanings. Do you think it's the second one? Hehe, isn't it too ridiculous to say that he's an ancient true dragon? I think it must be the first meaning, Wei Wuya said. Feng Yaoli is saying that he's arrogant and thinks he's the true dragon and son of heaven. However, this person is indeed quite capable. Perhaps he really is the son of the dragon. No matter what kind of monster he is, we'll deal with it as it comes. Even if he's an ancient true dragon, this sky is not a place where old monsters like him can gallop as they please. Wei Qing waved his hand, his eyes full of confidence. "Let's go and find Feng Ling now. It might not be a bad thing to lose him." Wei Wuya admired his son's courage. He stroked his beard and smiled. "That's right, if you worry too much, you'll only worry about the gains and losses. Qing take this yin yang dual air bottle. You're just in need of a suitable weapon." Yao Jinliang's eyes flickered as he said, "Lord Wuya, what kind of profound level weapon is this? It's so special that you like it so much." Wei Wuya chuckled and touched the silver bottle. "People call this the silver feather bottle, but I know it's actually called the Yin-Yang air bottle. It's an incredible saint weapon. What? A saint artifact? This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wei Qing was stunned. Yao Jinliang was even more petrified, his mouth wide open. Haha, I don't know if that Jiu knows the origin of this bottle, but from his conversation with the 100 will not, he should know. He actually ignored it and exchanged it as a commodity. TSK, this person is really not simple. Wei Wuya sighed. Thinking up to this point, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he seemed to be even more afraid of Luanyu. The rest of the people's expressions changed drastically as well. Li Yi even shrieked. Could it be that Lao AI is really an ancient true dragon? Shut up. How is this possible? Although Wei Qing was overjoyed to obtain a saint weapon, he was inexplicably irritated when he thought of Yuri's identity. When he heard Li Yi's strange cry, he wished he could kill him with a single slap. Qing don't worry, Wei Wuya said in a low voice. From what I've seen just now, this Yuri's strength is only SOSO, and he's currently facing a life-and-death crisis. He won't have any conflicts of interest with us for the time being. However, if we meet this person in the future, we will be more careful when dealing with him. Yes, everything is based on your own strength. As long as I reach greater heights and refine the saint weapon, I won't have anything to fear. Wei Qing regained his confidence and touched the silver bottle. He felt an unusual power surging like the sea, which made his eyes light up. Father, what's the origin of this saint artifact? This item does indeed have a powerful origin. It was once in the hands of the demon lord. Let's go to the place where the phoenix feather is first, and I'll slowly explain it to you on the way. Wei Wuya was in a good mood. Everyone was even more shocked, staring at the silver bottle with bewilderment in their eyes. They were frightened by the origin of this item. Wei Qing was also overjoyed. With a wave of his sleeve, a stream of light covered everyone and directly rushed into the sky in the direction of the pointer. Somewhere in the eternal world, Yunxiao and the others were flying forward in the vast sky. Gu Qingqing suddenly frowned, feeling a little pain in her heart. She quickly stopped flying and turned around, her eyes full of fear. What's wrong? The rest of the people stopped immediately. Yunxiao flashed up and asked, I seem to sense that Lord Bailuan has already fallen. After saying the last few words, Gu Qingqing's heart trembled for some reason. She couldn't help but shed tears, which floated in the air. Don't overthink it, Yunxiao said in surprise. We're very far away at the moment. There's no reason for us to sense it. Although he was comforting Gu Qingqing, he suddenly had a bad feeling. After all, with Gu Qingqing's cultivation level, it was rare for her to have an inexplicable feeling, but if she had a thought, it would come true. Yes, my lord, you worry too much. Yunxiang also came forward to comfort him. Gu Qingqing shook her head slightly, still unable to hold back her tears. No, I'm not wrong. Sir is the person I respect the most. I already sensed it when I left several days ago, but I didn't think it would come so quickly. They all fell silent. In fact, they all knew that since Gu Qingqing had sensed it, there must be something wrong, but they didn't know how to comfort her. Yunxiao was silent for a moment before he said, Don't be sad. Lord Bailuan has followed the heavenly Tao all his life. Isn't this ending also arranged by him? I know. Actually, I know all of this. I just can't help but feel sad. Gu Qingqing burst into tears. She held her right hand and cried like a little girl. What? A strange look flashed across Mu Xing's face. Although Lord Bailuan's lifespan isn't long, he shouldn't have died so quickly. Could there be some changes? When the eternal world opened, the heavens changed, Yunxiao said in a deep voice. The experts in the inner realm were all eager to make a move, and a large number of outsiders came. It was indeed difficult for Lord Bailuan to deal with them with his situation at that time. However, since Darren can see into the past and the future, I'm afraid he has already expected his own life and death. Now that he has fallen, he is most likely prepared. Chu Hongyan comforted Gu Qingqing. Feiyang is right. Don't be sad anymore. At the last moment, Lord Bailuan asked us to leave, Most likely because he didn't want us to see his end. Since he made this arrangement, we should follow his heart. Gu Qingqing cried for a while before she stopped. She wiped her tears and lowered her head, afraid that people would see her red and swollen eyes. I'll understand what you're saying, but I can't help but feel sad. But I'll be fine after being sad for a while. Let's go. At their level, they were already very open to life and death. It was just that many feelings hurt since ancient times, and separation was always the most unbearable. The group of people silently flew in the sky. The atmosphere seemed to have become a little depressing, and no one spoke. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He stopped in the air and fell into deep thought. Feiyang, what's wrong? Chu Hongyan flew closer and looked at him in surprise. Gu Qingqing had sensed something just now. Did he also sense something? Yunxiao tapped his chin with a finger as he looked at the endless void ahead and said, "The Exine Kueli flames that I subdued earlier have already been refined. I can feel the aura of the Emperor Pill Tower from within. It's in this direction." He pointed at the end of the road and said, "I'm thinking if I should change my route and look for the Emperor Pill Tower first before looking for the heavenly phoenix tail feather. After all, that tail feather is in Fan Yao's hands and I don't have much hope for it. As long as the Emperor Pill Tower finds it, it'll be within their reach." Gu Qingqing looked at Mu Xing and said, "What do you think? After all, you should know about the 4 great spirit sealing objects. They were originally created by Mysterious Separation Island." Yes, the original intention of the 4 spirit-sealing objects was to seal the spiritual energy in the eternal world to prevent it from leaking out. At the same time, they would operate and continuously absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world to supplement their effects. Later on, in order to absorb the powerhouses of various generations into the realm, Xianli Island created the 4 great buildings of Tool, Pill, Treasure, and Book, and unsealed the Jade Book Pavilion. Most of the grandmasters who built the Emperor Pill Tower and refined the pills there have passed away. The value of the items inside is still very high, so it's worth going. Mu Xing explained patiently with a glint in his eyes. And there are a few pills inside that even I am extremely tempted by. Gu Qingqing seemed to have heard something and said in surprise, "Could there be a level 10 divine pill inside?" Yunxiao and the others were also shocked. Level 10 divine pills had long been extinct for 100,000 years. Even a large inheritance sect like the Divine Cloud Palace had exhausted all of its resources. It was already a heaven-defying thing to have a top-notch 9th-tier medicinal pill. Hehe. A level 10 divine pill? Huh? Mu Xing smiled mysteriously. Even his metallic face had a strange expression. He could not help but lick his lips and said, "Have you ever heard of the heavenly fortune pill that can defy the heavens and change one's fate?" Heavenly fortune pill. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock. Gu Qingqing's expression changed drastically, and her anger rose. Her killing intent burst out, and she shouted, "Mu Xing, you damn thing! How could you keep the news of the heavenly fortune pill a secret? Otherwise, this pill would be enough to change one's fate, and Lord Bailuan might not have to die." The surging killing intent danced in the air and condensed into a few whirlpools, binding Mu Xing's limbs and body. With a clang, Mu Xing was pulled into a huge shape and tied to the sky. Chu Hongyan and the others were all shocked. Although Gu Qingqing was frivolous, she had always had a good temper. This was the first time they had seen her really angry, and it was clear that she really wanted to kill. Mu Xing frowned and said gloomily, "How would I remember that? Besides, the heavenly fortune pill has already surpassed the 10th level. If it could be further classified, this pill would probably be in existence at the 11th level. How could it be obtained so easily?" "I've heard of the rumors about this pill," Yunxiao said. "I always thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to really exist. No matter what, he had to go and experience it. As for whether he could obtain it, it would depend on his luck." "Darren, please don't blame the death of Darren Bailuan on such a nonsensical matter. Isn't this clearly venting your anger on others?" Gu Qingqing thought for a moment and felt that she had gone too far. She snorted and retracted her killing intent. Mu Xing recovered and looked depressed. "Let's go. Since the Emperor Pill Tower has entered the eternal world, We can't let anyone else get there first. After determining the direction, Yunxiao and the others immediately flew forward. In Yunxiao's palm was a ball of red flame, which was the Xingkue Li flame. Through it, the shadow of Emperor Pill Tower could be vaguely seen, and there seemed to be some figures flashing. It seems like someone has found the Emperor Pill Tower before us. Let's speed up. Don't let anyone else get there before us. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as a layer of lightning spread out from his body and enveloped everyone. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and shot through the sky, his speed increasing by several times. This heavenly fortune pill reminded him of someone. It was the wife of the Sea Emperor Polong, water deity's mother, Ro Wei. She was still using the 7-star lamp to extend her life. If he could obtain this pill, he would be able to come back to life. Even the Sea Emperor Polong himself could use the power of this pill to restore his martial arts foundation and return to the peak. Lightning flashed like lightning as it sped across the sky. The closer they got to the Emperor Pill Tower, the more powerful auras they discovered were also heading towards the same target. A moment later, there was a faint flicker of light in the void ahead, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were over 100 people. The illusionary image of a huge elixir dispensary floated in the air. It was 100,000 feet tall and reached into the void. Most of those warriors came from the heavenly martial realm, but some of them seemed to have powerful auras hidden in the void, making them difficult to detect. Even Yunxiao could only sense some vague auras. What's going on? Emperor Pill Tower's shadow. Yunxiao was taken aback as he looked at the skyscraper that towered into the void. It was indeed the Emperor Pill Tower that had fled outside Langia Heaven, but it had become more than 100 times larger and was in a daze. Clearly, it was just a projection. Gu Qingqing was shocked. Great Void Martial Arts? What is this Emperor Pill Tower up to? I'm afraid that the Emperor Pill Tower has already turned into a spirit. It seems like they wanted to escape by breaking through the void, but were beaten back to their original form by someone using a great divine power. That's why they turned into void to protect themselves. Mu Xing was also shocked. Yunxiao had a strange look on his face as he said, "There are so many people surrounding us now. How can we escape? We'll just wait to show up and be robbed." At first, I was worried that someone else would beat me to it, but it seems like I'll have to wait for a while. Gu Qingqing looked into the distance and said, "These warriors from the realm of heavenly martial arts are easy to deal with. They are not very strong. However, I can vaguely sense that there are some powerful figures hiding in the void. We should be careful." Yes, I felt it too. They've also probably noticed our tracks and strength. However, snatching pills is a competition of luck and hard power, so hiding won't be any better. We'll just stand there openly, so don't worry. Yunxiao looked at the hundreds of people. They were all famous experts in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and many of them were old acquaintances, some of whom even had some grudges with each other. Li Yunxiao. A few of his old acquaintances had also noticed him and quickly flew over to greet him. There was Chen Shang and his son from the Money Sect, Chen Duantian and an elder from the Blade Sect, the sect masters of some reclusive sects, Yang Tianpeng from the Burning Moon Sect, and Mi Hong from the Blood Crow Palace. He had seen them all in the martial arts competition of the overseas aristocratic families. Everyone's eyes swept over Yunxiao, and they were all shocked. Chen Duantian and the others still recognized Chu Hongyan and Feini, so they could understand their cultivation base. As for Gu Qingqing, Mu Xing and even Luo Yunshang, they were even more surprised. The only ones who were slightly weaker were Buz and the other two. However, they were also peak 9-star existences. It was just that they did not have much presence in this situation. Chen Duantian stared at Feini for a while before he sighed. "Congratulations to Sect Master Feini for entering divine transcendence. The rise of the Long family is just around the corner." Feini smiled and bowed. "You flatter me, my lord. I hope that you will take care of the Long family in the future." Chu Hongyan was quite unhappy and said coldly, "Lord Duantian, I remember that you said you wanted an explanation from the Divine Cloud Palace on the Blade Ridge and Sword Peak that day. Are you here for an explanation now?" Chen Duantian's expression was rather awkward as he smiled apologetically. "I only said it out of anger that day. I didn't expect Palace Master Hongyan to still remember it. I was wrong. Not to mention that Chu Hongyan's strength alone was not something the Blade Sect could challenge. But there were also other strong reinforcements like Yunxiao. Asking for an explanation was a complete joke. With his shrewdness as a sect leader, he naturally would not make a mistake in such a big matter. He endured the anger for a moment, so as not to worry for 100 days. I was just joking. Lord Duantian, you don't have to take it seriously. Chu Hongyan also squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly like a flower. Ha. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chun Duantian stroked his beard and laughed out loud. But in his heart, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Xianxia looked on coldly. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could tell with his shrewdness that there must have been some grudges between them. And now Chun Duantian had given in. Xinxiao Palace was the world's largest sect, and Yunxiao was famous all over the world. There were countless rumors about him, and there was also the power of the Long family of Skyridge. With such a combination, they had no choice but to submit. Besides, Xianxia was more well-informed than ordinary people. He had heard a lot of shocking information from Chen Duoduo, so he knew Yunxiao's huge background better than anyone else. I heard that young Master Yunxiao has formed an alliance with Xinxiao Palace, the Long family, and Yanwu in the southern region. Xianxia quickly made up his mind and immediately stepped forward. The members of the reclusive families nearby were all taken aback. The alliance between the Divine Firmament Palace and the Long family was an earth-shattering event. But what the hell was Yanwu? They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Obviously, they had never heard of it before. What? Yunxiao smiled. Lord Xianxia, do you want to do business with our alliance? The money gang is spread all over the world, and their wealth is comparable to a country's. Your Excellency is too greedy. He laughed and had a lazy look. Haha, I'm just a businessman. I'm just earning some money for my meals. I'll be counting on young Master Yunxiao and the sect masters to take care of me. Xianxia chuckled and cupped his fists in greeting. Yunxiao knew that he must have more to say, so he smiled and said, "These days, resources are scarce everywhere. Even the landlord family doesn't have any surplus grain." Haha. Young Master Yunxiao loves to joke. Xianxia laughed. I don't know how many members there are in the alliance, but are you willing to accept money to help a small chamber of commerce like this? Bring this old man and my brothers to earn some money and become rich. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Chun Duantian and the others were all shocked. They immediately understood what Xianxia meant. He was going to join the alliance. Money Sect was quite amazing in both strength and financial resources. Ding Shan and Wan Yiqian had tried to annex it several times, but to no avail. It was still independent of the two opposing business alliances, which showed that its foundation was extraordinary. Now, it had even taken the initiative to join Yunxiao's alliance. Xianxia naturally had his own considerations. This move was a huge gamble, but in his opinion, the odds of winning were high. Yunxiao was in charge of 2 of the 7 sect masters, and he was in charge of Yanwu, which was about to become the focus of the world. He also had many experts around him. Once the alliance could withstand the pressure from all sides and rise smoothly, Money Sect would be one of the founding elders, and the benefits it would bring would be extraordinary. Moreover, there were many things happening in the world now. The disputes between the North and South business alliances were constant. Money Sect was under great pressure to stand alone, and there was even the danger of being crushed by the 2 business alliances. It was better to find a backer quickly to alleviate the current crisis. Chun Duantian, who was standing aside, was also greatly touched. He had come forward to greet Yunxiao because he wanted to talk about the alliance again, but the key was the alliance leader. He was a little unwilling to be under someone else, so he wanted to win over the alliance leader with the chips in his hands. But the Money Sect's voluntary participation had put him in a passive position. He could not help but have a complicated look on his face, and he could not hold it in any longer. Oh, our alliance is a place of fighting and killing, not doing business peacefully. Has Master Xianxia really thought it through? Xianxia's proposal to let Money Gang join the alliance was both unexpected and reasonable. Qian Duoduo knew what happened in Yanwu, and it seemed that Xianxia did want to take a gamble. Yun Xiao looked at him with a smile. If Money Gang was willing to join, it was naturally what they wanted, but it also depended on how determined Xianxia was. If he just came in to gain a title and did not do anything, he might as well not join. In fact, there are many contradictions in doing business. Fighting and killing are inevitable. Money Gang has been fighting and killing for so many years. Since I want to join the league, I'm naturally prepared to fight and kill. Xianxia chuckled. He knew that Yun Xiao was doubting his attitude and determination, so he made his thoughts clear. Once you enter the alliance, everything will naturally be decided by the alliance. No one dares to disobey the alliance master's orders. All right. Yun Xiao was overjoyed. He stepped forward and grabbed Xianxia's hand as he said, "We very much welcome Master Xianxia. We welcome the addition of Money Sect." Ha ha ha. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. They asked about each other's well-being and chatted happily. Chun Duantian was very depressed as he listened from the side. He wanted to say something a few times, but he stopped himself. Yun Xiao's eyes were also fixed on the crowd in the distance. Many people had grudges with him, including Mu He, the vice-sect master of the Baiming family, and Ding Shan, the leader of one of the two merchant alliances. Ding Shan had also looked over many times, his eyes full of vulgarity. Yun Xiao's divine sense had locked on to him at the first moment. Although he did not make a sound now, he could not tell when he would make a move. Light flickered in Ding Shan's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia had also noticed Yun Xiao's hostility toward Ding Shan, but he remained silent. He did not want to provoke Ding Shan, and since Yun Xiao acted as if nothing had happened, he naturally pretended not to know anything. I wonder if young Master Yun Xiao has a name for this alliance? Xianxia changed the topic to the alliance. Yes, I don't have a name yet. Master Xianxia is well-read and knows astronomy and geography. Why don't you give me a name? Yun Xiao thought for a moment and decided that it was indeed time for him to come up with a name. With the addition of Xinxiao Temple, the Long family, Money Sect, and his own strength, it would be enough to promote the alliance and attract more forces to join. The whole alliance is led by young Master Yun. Xianxia said after a moment of silence. How about we call it the Yun Alliance? Not good. Chun Duantian immediately objected. The alliance is the joint effort of many sections. How can one person be the leader? How can he convince the masses? He was extremely depressed. He still wanted to use his entry into the alliance as a bargaining chip to fight for the position of the alliance leader. If the name was called the Yun Alliance, then what was the point of fighting for it? Oyan Shang was rather displeased that he was being brushed off. He asked curiously, Lord Duantian's words make it sound as if the Blade Sect is also a member of the alliance. Does the name of the alliance need to be taken by an outsider? You coward! Chun Duantian was extremely depressed. With a muffled grunt, he flicked his sleeves and ignored Xianxia. Since Lord Duantian thinks it's inappropriate, Yun Xiao said, what name is appropriate? Since it's a gathering of many sects and heroes, why don't we call it League of Legends? Chun Duantian said. Yun Xiao crossed his arms over his chest and tapped his chin with his index finger as he muttered, why does this name sound so weird? Don't you think it's not domineering enough? Chu Hongyan smiled. Yeah, a little, Yun Xiao said honestly. Gu Qingqing's face darkened as she recalled the scene at the Five-Cloud Mountain. Don't tell me you're thinking of getting a very long name again? Yi's heart trembled, and his face turned green. The Five-Cloud Mountain's alluring and cool, eternal revolving mayfly ball was simply a tragedy for the demon race. His expression changed when he talked about it. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and said, Your Excellency's words have reminded me that the alliance is for the common people of the world. It is a righteous alliance that will affect the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. Why don't we call it the Invincible Super Heavenly Martial Alliance that will shake the world for thousands of years? Gu Qingqing, Ingluo. I think this name is good. It's very impressive. Chu Hongyan covered her mouth and laughed. The other two women also chuckled and agreed with her. Other than the first string of words, Xianxia said. The Heavenly Martial League is indeed a good name. Although it's a little arrogant, it's not necessarily undeserving. Chun Duantian nodded and said, I think it's fine. All right, since that's the case, it's decided. Yun Shao clapped his hands and settled on the name. Then the position of alliance leader should naturally be taken up by young Master Yun, Xianxia said. Chun Duantian immediately said in a deep voice, Who gives you the right to appoint someone as the alliance leader? Then Xianxia, you're even more awesome than the alliance master. You have to decide who the alliance master is. Haha. What a joke. This is an internal matter of the Heavenly Martial Union. What does it have to do with you, Lord Duantian? Xianxia sneered and retorted. In terms of its full name, Yun Shao pointed out, it's the Super Heavenly Martial Alliance, whose name has shaken the universe for thousands of years, and is invincible. Xianxia. Hee. Can't you be more serious? Gu Qingqing scolded. Yun Shao pursed his lips. How am I not serious? Is the name too long for you to remember with your IQ? Gu Qingqing. Ing Luo. Chun Duantian felt a little dizzy as well. Such a serious matter had turned into a child's play. However, the name was not important. The most important thing was the position of alliance leader. He stared at Xianxia coldly and snorted. How do you know that the Blade sect won't join the alliance? Oh, could it be that the Saber Sword sect also has the intention of joining the Heavenly Martial Union? Xianxia's eyelids raised slightly as he said with a smile. In fact, Chun Duantian's performance had already explained everything. Naturally, young Master Yun and Palace Master Hongyan came to the Blade and Sword Peaks to discuss an alliance with me a long time ago, Chun Duantian said seriously. I've thought about it for a long time and I think it's very feasible. I'll now represent the Blade sect and officially join the Heavenly Martial Union. Really? Yun Shao stared at him with a smile on his face, as if he had expected this. Of course, Chun Duantian replied. I'm the master of a sect. I can't take my words lightly. However, the position of alliance head cannot be casually decided. All right, Yun Shao said. How do you propose we vote? Good, good. This is the fairest way. I vote for my husband. Fei and I clapped her hands and praised. I vote for Fei Yong too, Chu Hongyan said. Me too, Xianxia laughed. Chan Duantian, swan. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said seriously, How can people who practice martial arts be chosen by voting? It should naturally be decided by a martial duel. Although he was not sure if he could beat Yun Shao, he was sure to lose if he had to vote. So he had no choice but to throw in the martial arts competition. All right, then we'll use martial arts. If Lord Duantian wins, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's headquarters will be located at Blade Ridge and Sword Peak, Yun Shao said with a faint smile. If I win, it will naturally be in Yanwu. All right? Yes. Chun Duantian agreed immediately. It was already his best chance to win the martial competition. If he lost in the martial competition, he would not be able to win in any other way. Chu Hongyan and Feini covered their mouths and laughed. They knew that Chun Duantian would not have any chance. Yun Shao turned his eyes to Yang Tianpeng, Mei Hong, and the other sect leaders of the reclusive families, then said with a smile, Do you all want to join? Ha, Lord Cloudsky must be joking. We've been living in seclusion overseas for a long time, and we've stopped caring about worldly affairs. Why would we want to join some alliance? Yang Tianpeng smiled awkwardly and declined immediately, but the shock in his heart was beyond words. He did not know how powerful the Heavenly Martial Union was, but there were 3 of the 7 major sects in front of him and Money Sect. These existences were enough to compete with the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation. They were not reclusive people. It was just that the current situation was unclear and they did not want to pick a side too early. At this moment, more and more people gathered outside the illusionary figure of the Emperor Pill Tower. The huge building that rose into the void also began to gradually become solid, as if it was going to shatter the void. It's almost here. It's about to appear. The crowd began to stir, and all sorts of excited voices rang out. Yun Shao also felt the power of the Emperor Pill Tower, which was much stronger than what he had felt under the island. All kinds of light kept shooting out from the void, twisting the space. Such power, I'm afraid it's not simple. Mu Xing's eyes were filled with shock. As the Emperor Pill Tower continued to appear, its vast power shot out and multicolored light overflowed, forcing those people at the front to retreat. It's dangerous. Yun Xiao could not help but cry out in alarm, reminding the people in front of him. Some of them immediately retreated after thinking about it, but many of them were still afraid of losing the initiative, so they still surrounded the front to resist the strange force of the multicolored light. Boom! Suddenly, the space shattered and the entire Emperor Pill Tower appeared. A huge force pushed them away like waves. As the force trembled, a large amount of Xian Kueli's flaming light spread out. A large number of screams rang out. Those who were closest to him were mostly at the bottom of the pack. They were afraid that they couldn't win and wanted to seize the opportunity, but they ended up being the first to bear the brunt. A blood-red light spread and a large number of warriors were killed by the vast power. Some of them were lucky enough to survive, but they were also burned to ashes by the Xian Kueli flames. Dozens of figures scattered into the distance like ants to avoid that terrifying attack. The rumbling sounds were endless and only gradually stopped after a while. Everyone's faces were pale, and they still had lingering fear in their hearts. A giant tower that reached the sky stood in front of him, thousands of times larger than the one Yun Xiao had seen before. It had a winding corridor and a high roof, each holding its own terrain. It was indescribably exquisite and magnificent. TSK. Such a grand move. It's not inferior to my heavy equipment tower. Mu Xing praised from the bottom of his heart. The tower was grand and majestic, while the small parts were exquisitely carved. It was amazing. The restriction is open. Everyone quickly go in. Suddenly, a cultivator shouted loudly and turned into a ray of light. But Yun Xiao found that although the warrior who shouted was rushing forward, he was not very fast. Several figures overtook him in an instant and rushed into the pagoda first. The man hesitated for a moment, but after seeing them disappear into the tower, he went in after making sure there was no problem. Everyone present was an expert and astute person, and after seeing this person's slippery behavior and confirming that there was no danger, they rushed in. Judging from the situation just now and the Tower of Treasures, I'm afraid it won't be so simple inside, Yun Xiao said. We'd better be careful. You're being too careful. How can our strength be compared to these dregs? The referee didn't mind and sneered. The Emperor Pill Tower was also very attractive to him. After all, there were few demon alchemists, and he had been suppressed under the Five-Cloud Mountain for so many years, so he had a rare medicinal pill. Yun Xiao looked at the people around him and said, Lord Duan Tian, Sect Master Qianshang, although we're allies now, I'd like to remind you that I won't be soft-hearted when it comes to snatching elixirs. How much you can get depends on your own strength and luck. Don't expect others to help you. Haha, that's natural. Qianshang laughed out loud. Of course. Chun Duantian snorted. We can't just split the pills equally. Yun Xiao smiled, then transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew away, covering Chu Hongyan and the others with it. Haha, let's go. Chun Duantian, Qianshang, and the other sect masters of the secluded sects also teleported and flew over. Ding Shan, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He had been standing in the distance without moving, crossing his arms. After that, a few figures appeared in the void and disappeared without a trace. They flowed like water and entered the Emperor Pill Tower. After a long time, when almost no one was left, Ding Shan slowly put down his hand and stepped into the Emperor Pill Tower. With such a towering tower standing there, other than the warriors who had entered earlier, there were also people who rushed over from time to time. They were all pleasantly surprised as they rushed in. As soon as Yun Xiao and the others stepped in, they were greeted by several energy fluctuations. What's going on? As the lightning fell, everyone's figures appeared. Yun Xiao looked over and saw rows of shelves in the hall on the first floor, each with a jade box on it. Clearly, they were used to hold pills. The martial artists who had entered before all started fighting. The huge hall, which could originally accommodate 1,000 people, was now crowded with all kinds of sword and fist lights flashing. So many pills, haha. He was overjoyed, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "Kill all these scums." Xianxia was taken aback and quickly stopped him. "Don't mess around. We don't know how many levels there are in this tower, and this is only the first level. The lowest level of pills must be placed there, so we don't need to take them at all." The screams in front of him continued, and all kinds of blood splashed. Suddenly, a person was sent flying and crashed into the shelf. A pile of boxes immediately fell, and the pills inside rolled out. "Ah, these pills are so expensive," someone immediately cried out in alarm. Although the ones scattered on the ground were agile and pleasant, their grade was not high, only grade 7. In the outside world, it would be considered a valuable item, but in the eyes of these people, it was no different from dirt and stone. "Damn it, what kind of lousy place is this? They actually used some trash to trick us." The sounds of fighting stopped immediately. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially those who were seriously injured. A few of them had already died on the ground. They had died in vain. "Humph. Who asked you to be stupid?" There were several teleportation arrays around the hall. Many people rushed in and were teleported to other floors, looking at the people snatching the pills with ridicule. Immediately, a group of people rushed in all directions and began to fight for the teleportation, afraid that they would be too late. "Haha, young Master Yun is indeed wise." Xianxia's voice came from behind. He looked at the wolves in front of him with a smile and said, "Fortunately, I didn't go up to snatch it, otherwise I would really lose my status." "With Lord Xianxia's wisdom," Xianxia said with a smile, "how can he not see through such a simple thing?" The internal structure of the Emperor Pill Tower is similar to the Jade Book Pavilion. They both travel to and from each other through teleportation. "Young Master Yunxno, you've also deemed to TNE J Book Pavilion," Ilansheng said. "Do you have any insights?" Xianxia laughed. "Of course not. It's just that when I went to the Jade Book Pavilion, I happened to obtain the heaven-peaking pupil technique at the place of teleportation, which cured the backlash of my lunar pupil. I've been thinking, is there really such a coincidence in the world? Originally, I planned to go to the Jade Book Pavilion again, but I was unable to find the coordinates. It is indeed a coincidence." Qiansheng was also quite surprised. He muttered, "If this Emperor Pill Tower is the same as the Jade Book Pavilion, wouldn't the distribution of medicinal pills be based on demand? Distribute according to needs? That's a new word," Xianxia said, stunned. "But it is indeed possible. Let's try it," Qiansheng said. "It's unlikely that we'll be teleported to the same place. The teleportation array should be random," Xianxia said to them. "You can enter the Divine Realm tablet, so we don't have to be separated." "Who wants to enter your Divine Realm tablet?" "It's fine if we separate," Gu Qingqing snorted. Only Chu Hongyan and the other two girls, as well as Buz, were willing to go in. Gu Qingqing, the referee, and Mu Xing all wanted to go in alone. The three women did not want to be separated from Xianxia, while Buz and the other two knew that their strength was limited, and it was safer for them to follow Xianxia. They were still waiting for the opportunity to become gods, and they did not want to lose their lives in the eternal world. Xianxia immediately put the 6 of them into the Divine Realm tablet. When everyone had finished snatching the teleportation array and it was not too crowded, he chose one and walked into it. Qiansheng and the others also walked into the same formation with him. In a flash of azure light, the space around them trembled slightly, and they all disappeared. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared in an empty hall. There was nothing in the hall except for an altar with a red jade box on it. It's indeed a random teleportation. I suddenly feel like I've lost out. He let the 3 women out, while Buz and the other 2 continued to stay in the Divine Realm tablet. Anyway, they had no sense of existence and couldn't help when they encountered a strong enemy, so he let them cultivate inside. Chu Hongyan smiled gently. "That's right. If we were to be teleported separately, everyone would be able to enter a hall and have the opportunity to get the elixir. But is Ying Luo that simple?" Xianxia looked at the red jade box and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. When he found nothing unusual, he slowly walked forward. Fei Yang, be careful. Be careful, my husband. Chu Hongyan and Feini both gasped out of concern. Luo Yunshang was also nervous, afraid that something would happen. But Yunxiao walked all the way to the front of the altar, and nothing happened. Then he reached out and touched the jade box, and a red light immediately shot out. Yunxiao did not panic. Instead of dodging or hiding, he turned his hand and caught the red light. Bang! However, the red light was too sharp and broke through his spiritual energy. It slashed his 5 fingers and his golden palm was also cut, but it recovered in an instant. What a powerful restriction! Yunxiao's face flickered slightly. His indestructible golden body was far from what it used to be. The red light seemed simple, but it could hurt his body at once. If it had turned into another divine transcendence expert, he might have been seriously injured. Yunxiao became even more vigilant. He gently placed his fingers on the box and slowly opened it. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar of a beast burst out. Yunxiao was caught off guard, and the powerful sound waves hit him one after another, making cracking sounds as if thousands of blades were hitting metal. The 3 women behind him also cried out in alarm at the same time and circulated their energy to block it. The beast's roars continued for a long time before gradually calming down. A green jade pill lay in the box, emitting an astonishing spiritual qi. With a breath, he felt that all his internal organs were relaxed and comfortable. This is a Kasaya. Yunxiao grew excited and said in wild joy, Level 10 Swan and I. This feeling is comparable to a level 10 divine pill. As a top-tier alchemist, this was the first time he had seen a 10th-tier elixir. He was so excited that he reached out and picked up the jade box. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the sky above the hall, and an extremely sharp attack fell from the sky, shooting toward them. The attack was golden in color, as sharp as a golden light, and there were flashes of lightning on it. Yunxiao was surprised for a moment, but then he turned his hand and grabbed at the lightning. He also condensed a ball of green lightning in his palm, as if there was an electric field reaction between the two. When the 2 thunderbolts were about an inch away from each other, a flash of lightning expanded and spread, almost covering the entire palace with a crackling sound. The golden light shot into the green lightning and exploded, giving off a dazzling light. Yunxiao felt his arm go numb. He had been struck by the golden lightning, and his arm lost the feeling for a few breaths. This was simply unbelievable for him who had the 5 elements lightning body. Husband, quickly look! Fei and I suddenly cried out in shock. She saw a small green jade beast with wings on its back and a single horn on its head appear in the air above the jade box. The little beast's 2 eyes were pure gold as it stared at Yunxiao, a golden gleam flowing in them. What kind of monster is this? It's so cute. The 3 girls were immediately attracted by the cuteness of the little beastie. Yunxiao, on the other hand, trembled, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. He could hardly believe it. He had seen the shape of this little beast before. It was in the ocean forest. On the hundreds of true spirit pillars carved with the ancient Maha character, one of the statues looked exactly the same as the beast in front of him. True spirit lightning strike. Yunxiao cried out in surmise. What? This thing is a true spirit. The 3 women were also shocked and immediately became alert. That's not right. It's not a complete true spirit body. It's just an illusory soul. Could it be a swan and I? Yunxiao's eyes fell on the divine pill in front of him. The jade-colored divine light was the same as the thunder luans, and the 2 lights radiated out, almost merging together. Pill soul. This lightning phoenix is the pill soul of this divine pill, Yunxiao said in surprise. Fusing the soul of a true spirit into a pill? What kind of pill is this? Yunxiao was surprised and overjoyed, and then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! A divine pill of thunder nature. This Emperor Pill Tower is indeed the same as the Jade Book Pavilion. It's not as simple as a random teleportation, but a one-time teleportation? Tisk, tisk. In his ecstasy, the smile on his face turned into a smug look as he raised his head and stared at Lei Meng. It was said that divine elixirs had a soul, which could be born by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. or by injecting the soul of a demonic beast into it. But no matter what, after a long time, the elixir soul would be able to separate from the body and cultivate on its own, finally breaking away from the shackles of the elixir and wandering the world. This lightning phoenix was extremely hostile. It guarded the pill and did not allow anyone to approach. Moreover, its body was half real and half virtual. It had probably cultivated for a long time and was about to complete its merit. As long as it fully transformed into a physical body, it would be able to swallow the pill that bound it and become an existence that surpassed its previous life. It would then be able to leave the Emperor Pill Tower and obtain its freedom. How could it be willing to let its divine pill be taken away at this time? Be careful, my husband. I can sense that this beast is no ordinary beast. Fanny suggested. In the eternal world, her strength seemed to have been greatly enhanced. Furthermore, with the heavenly phoenix nirvana body, her sense of true spirit was beyond ordinary people's reach. I'll be careful. You guys should stay far away to avoid being affected. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia flew up, took out the sword death, and thrust it at the red-slaying sword. As a 5 elements thunder body, he had a very strong sense of the beast. The power contained in the Thunder Luan's body shocked him, and it was ready to move, so Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Lei Jing was prepared for this. She opened her mouth and spat out a black lightning bolt, which struck the sword death on Zhan Hong. Bang! The sharp sword chi was directly dispersed by the black lightning. The pure white body of the sword was covered with black lightning patterns, which kept flashing. Xianxia was taken aback again when he found that the sword death's power was suppressed by the black thunder. He flicked his wrist, and the ice fiend heart flame immediately emerged, devouring all the black thunder. Only then did the sword chi burn brightly and restore its sharpness. Lei Meng's golden eyes suddenly shrank, as if she was also quite surprised. With a crackling sound, her figure disappeared in the sky. Immediately, a thundercloud emerged and fell down. Most of the space in the hall was covered by lightning, and a vortex formed under the cloud, rolling toward Xianxia. It was a sea of thunder and lightning, with 5 different colors of lightning flashing inside, the most dazzling of which was golden, so dark that it was almost purple. Xianxia was taken aback. With his understanding of thunderbolts, he naturally understood that the power of the golden lightning was approaching the hernal lightning, and the howl of the thunderbolt was even stronger than his. Furthermore, there was the roar of a beast in the whirlpool, shaking the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, sucking away one's soul. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He poured his spiritual energy into the sword, which emitted a hot and strong light. The sword beam soared into the sky and fought against the thunderbolts. Star sword slash. The sword struck out, and the vast sword will was like a deduction of the great path. It rumbled and slashed into the lightning vortex, tearing a white crack. However, it was only a foot long, and it quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire vortex storm continued to spin downward. Xianxia was taken aback. At this critical moment, he suddenly transformed into a thunderbolt, passed through the crack that was about to close, and escaped from the vortex storm. Pai Li Pa La. The vortex seemed to collapse and condense in the middle, turning into Lei Meng's figure. He turned around and stared at Xianxia, his golden eyes flickering as if he could not believe that someone could escape from his thunderstorm. Xianxia was also frightened, and he could not help but smile wryly in his heart. He had always been the one to strike people with thunderbolts, and he had rarely been forced into such a sorry state by others' thunderbolts. Lei Xiao raised his head and let out a AO sound, as if he was truly angry. He flapped his wings and a red light suddenly swept over. The red light was neither blood nor light, but a red thundercloud. It disintegrated in the air and turned into countless blood-red lightning bolts. "You're not done yet." Xianxia was furious. With a loud cry, he held the hilt of the sword with his right hand and thrust it into the ground. With a clang, the vast white sword realm opened beside him. Then, he pointed in the air with his left hand, and the northern heaven-cold star sword broke out of his body and turned into the picture of 10,000 swords. Countless sword shadows flew around the palace and blocked the red lightning. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of thunderbolts fell and hit the countless sword energies, shattering all the thousands of swords while the sword barrier kept shrinking. The area shrank from a few hundred feet to 3 feet, and he finally survived the wave of lightning. Damn it! Die! Xianxia shouted angrily as he teleported and slashed at Lei Meng. At the same time, he split into 8 afterimages, each holding a sword, and attacked from all directions. This was Murong Zhu's ultimate skill, the 9-dragon sword, and the thousands of bodies. His lightning divine power paled in comparison to his opponents, so he could only think of a way to win by relying on his sword Dao. Although Xianxia had the 5 elements lightning body, he had acquired it through acquired cultivation. Compared with an innate lightning beast like the Thunder Luan, he had a great flaw. Moreover, Lei Meng wasn't weak among the ancient true spirits. With his half-solid half-void body, he had recovered a small part of his strength from when he was alive, which was enough to suppress most of the experts of this era. Pai Li Pa La. Every time Xianxia's sword cut through Lei Meng's body, it would bring out a flash of lightning that flickered on the sword. Without exception, the moment the sword touched the lightning body, it would be covered with lightning patterns and seal the sword intent. Damn it! How can we tight this? Xianxia was extremely depressed. With every slash, he needed a large amount of spiritual energy to shatter the thunder patterns and restore the blade. The only thing that could resist this thunder seal was the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. Only when there was a flame light dancing on the sword would it not be sealed. Moreover, it could force the Thunder Phoenix to retreat and make the beast full of fear. But, since Mopu had extracted the giant true devil spirit from his body, Xianxia's fiend energy had been reduced by 90%, and he could not maintain the Ice Fiend Heart Flame for a long time. A strange thought appeared in his mind. If he wanted to use his demonic techniques, it seemed like he would have to make a trip to the ancient Devil's Well in the Sea of Soul Formation to recover his demonic energy. Otherwise, not only would he lose the True Fiend Dharma Idol, but the Ice Fiend Heart Flame as well as the 6 Paths demonic weapon, losing an extremely powerful trump card. While he was distracted by his thoughts, Lei Meng pushed against the sword chi and pounced on him with a roar. His body grew 3 times larger in the air as he raised his front palm and slammed it down on Xianxia. The front palm only had 4 toes and a lightning talisman appeared in the middle. It flashed and struck down. Xianxia was taken aback. The Thunder Luan was a thunder beast born from heaven and earth, and all its power was pure origin. The thunder rune represented the thunder of heaven and earth, which was very similar to the ancient Maha character on his heavenly hammer, but also different. The Maha ancient character was created by an ancient mighty figure to imitate the rules of the heavenly path. Each character contained extremely strong Dao intent. Xianxia instantly understood that the ancient Maha character on the heavenly hammer, which represented the law of thunder, was imitating the rune under the Thunder Phoenix's front palm. He didn't have time to think. He quickly gathered all his clones and formed a seal with his left hand. A red glow appeared in his palm and rose up. Under Lei Qian's anger, a golden light flashed in his eyes. When he saw the red light, he seemed to be stunned for a moment, as if he was a little afraid. Floating like a dream, flying with a seal, the sea of suffering in the mortal world, transcending the other shore, boundless heaven and earth, 6 paths of reincarnation, 3 seals as one. Xianxia gave a light cry, and 3 illusionary seals condensed together, exuding boundless power and surrounded by a red glow. They were the alchemy fire he had refined, the Xian Kuei flame. Although this heavenly flame was strong, it wasn't something that Lei Meng would fear. However, this flame was a pill flame that was nurtured by the Emperor Pill Pagoda and was the source of power for the pagoda. This immediately caused Lei Meng to panic and lose his mind. Boom! The 3 seals were thrown out as one, hitting the Thunder Phoenix's front palm. A terrifying light shot out in all directions. On one side, heavenly lightning was rumbling, presenting a 5-colored lightning glow. They transformed into rings of lightning that struck out. Lightning flashed and thunder roared everywhere. The Great Hall was also instantly magnetized and was covered with lightning patterns. On one side, There was a huge palm print with 3 seals as one. A vast power rose from the seal, reflecting a brilliant light. The pill fire, the Xianxia flame, burned even more fiercely, almost transforming into a dragon that rose up to resist the rolling heavenly lightning. He didn't know what this palace was made of, but it was still standing under such terrifying power. Under the suppression of the 5-colored thundercloud, the light of Yunxiao's palm grew weaker and weaker, but the power of the alchemical fire kept growing stronger. On the hall that had been magnetized, fire patterns began to appear and resist the lightning patterns. In the distance, the 3 women looked at each other in shock and were ready to attack at any time. As soon as Yunxiao showed signs of fatigue, they would attack immediately. However, the 4 walls of the hall began to shake like walls of light under the collision of the 2 forces. The fire patterns continued to gain the upper hand. For the past 100,000 years, the Xianxia flame had been the source of power for the Emperor Pill Tower. The 4 walls of the hall were a part of the tower. Immediately, the power of the entire Emperor Pill Tower began to gather and suppress the lightning. The 2 forces finally could no longer maintain their balance and suddenly exploded. The unparalleled power surged in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Both Yunxiao and Lei Meng were devoured by the force, and the jade-colored level 10 divine pill was also sent flying by the impact. However, a force surrounded the divine pill and did not damage it. In the distance, the 3 women worked together to set up a barrier to resist the impact of the power. The sound of wind and thunder that filled the hall lasted for a long time before it gradually dissipated. However, the air was still filled with lightning and fire, which were the 2 elements. Yunxiao held the sword in one hand, his left hand still in the form of a seal, and his body flickered with a golden light. He did not look injured at all. In the distance, Chu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat as if she had thought of something. She exclaimed, "Fly away, you're so proud." Yunxiao smiled and retracted his hand, then nodded and said, "I have indeed opened the 8th gate at the 100-will tying garment and cultivated with Yun Shang's divine body. My physical body is complete." Luo Yunshang's cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. "All 8 gates are open. My body is undying. My divine body is complete." Both Chu Hongyan and Feini were pleasantly surprised. This meant that Yunxiao could fight with a divine sovereign realm expert with his physical body alone. Both the tyrant body tempering technique and the bright glass body were the most powerful body tempering cultivation techniques in the world. Even though Yunxiao's strength was suppressed by Lei Meng, under the terrible impact just now, the difference between the 2 was obvious. Yunxiao was not injured at all, but Lei Meng became even more dazed. The lightning on his body flickered, and he could hardly maintain his form. With a flap of its wings, Lei Meng turned into a bolt of lightning and streaked across the sky, directly disappearing into the green jade divine pill. A layer of lightning immediately appeared on the pill, and with a few crackling sounds, it was retracted into the pill. Suddenly, a faint pill fragrance spread out, and the 3 women in the distance also smelled it like dew, relaxing and relaxing. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lei Meng had returned to the core by himself, or he would not have been able to do anything. He could only ask the 3 women to work together and set up a formation to torse Lei Meng back. After all, the pill soul could not be lost. Otherwise, 70 to 80% of the medicinal properties of the divine pill would be lost, and not even half would remain. Yunxiao stepped forward, picked up the jade box from the ground, and examined it carefully. From time to time, lightning would jump on the pill, and the shadow of a lightning phoenix could be seen. The 3 girls also gathered around and looked at the divine pill. After all, it was a level 10 divine pill, and none of them had ever seen it before. Their curiosity was piqued. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed, and he could not help but lick his dry lips as he said, "Such powerful lightning energy. I really have the urge to swallow it. This feeling is too strong. Does this pill contain the origin of lightning? Then hurry up and swallow it. Maybe you can turn your acquired lightning body into the innate lightning body." Chu Hongyan said happily. Yunxiao's face was full of joy. "Even if I can't transform it, It can cleanse my acquired body and further improve the essence of my Thunder Yuan. It's even possible for me to break through the shackles of the true immortal realm and step into the divine sovereign realm. It's just that you'll need time to digest this pill, and you're in the Emperor Pill Tower now. You can eat it after you leave the eternal world. He stretched out his fingers and formed several talismans in the air. They flew down from the sky and sealed the pill one by one, sealing its spiritual energy so that it would not dissipate. At the same time, he also cast a few restrictions to prevent Lei Meng from rushing out after recovering her essence force. Only then did he put the jade box into the Divine Realm tablet. At this moment, in front of the hall, a small teleportation formation slowly appeared, green light flowing. This place is indeed like the Jade Book Pavilion. According to everyone's cultivation level and attributes, they will be transported to their own space. The person who refined this Emperor Pill Tower is really amazing. Yun Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Such precise calculation was beyond his understanding, and it must be a means that only those alchemy gods had. Chu Hongyan said, "If we go through this teleportation array, we should be back at the entrance, right? Can I still come in?" "If it's the Jade Book Pavilion," Yun Xiao said thoughtfully, "it will teleport you directly out of the pavilion, and it will be difficult for the same person to enter again. The spatial structure of this tower is very complicated. I'm thinking, is there a way to not go out and directly go to another hall? If it's possible, all the divine pills in the Pill Pagoda will belong to us." Fei and I laughed. The few of them were a little excited when they thought about it. After all, it was a level 10 divine pill, and not something that could be found on the street. Yun Xiao began to carefully observe the Great Hall and the teleportation array. At the same time, in a certain dark building in the Emperor Pill Tower, two black-robed men each made a hand seal and sat opposite each other. Between the two was a circular magic formation, divided into 9 equal grid squares, inlaid with colorful jade pearls, which were very dazzling. Suddenly, one of the jade-colored pearls dimmed and lost all its light, as if it had turned into a pile of dirt. It's actually a purple-gold tribulation lightning pill. The man on the left was called Mengzhua. He suddenly opened his left eye, which shot out a bright light. He seemed to be in disbelief. His right eye was tightly shut, and there was an inch-long scar on it. It looked like a centipede was lying on it, and it was terrifying. Yes, it's a little unexpected. The black-robed man on the right was slightly chubby, and his name was Zhu Jun. He had an honest face and chuckled. "It's the divine pill that I'm most worried about. I can't believe that the second one has been taken by someone else. Just behind Old Monster by Muse Baiguang Heavenly Dharma Pill. It seems that this person's strength is extraordinary. Strange, the person who took the purple gold tribulation lightning pill is from the outer realm. To be able to subdue Lei Meng, is there still such an existence in the heavenly martial arts realm?" Mengzhua stared at the remaining 7 pearls and muttered to himself. The 7 pearls were of different colors, but all of them were shining brightly. Only the jasper and the milky white pearl dimmed. Zhu Jun nodded and said, "It's indeed shocking. However, the fact that the Emperor Pill Tower sent this person directly to the purple gold tribulation lightning pill shows that this person's strength is extraordinary. This has already exceeded our expectations, and we don't know if it's good or bad. We can't let anything change." Mengzhua's face was filled with killing intent, and the centipede-like scars made him look even more hideous. His left eye glowed with a cold light. "That lightning phoenix is already half solid. Even if you and I want to take it down, it will take some effort. We have to be careful of this person so that he won't ruin our plan to retrieve the pills." Zhu Jun replied with a N and said, "I didn't expect the Emperor Pill Tower to be so troublesome. I thought it would be an easy job. No wonder no one is willing to come. I don't know what Lord Yifan was thinking back then, but he placed a supreme treasure like the Heavenly Fortune pill here, making it even more difficult for us to obtain the pill." Meng Zhui said, "The Heavenly Fortune pill can bring the dead back to life. Lord Yifan hoped that the fated person could get it. However, after 100,000 years, the fated person still hasn't appeared. The Island Lord has ordered us to retrieve the divine pill, so that it doesn't fall into the hands of ordinary people and cause the pill to be covered in dust. Hee hee. Zhu Jun suddenly gave a strange smile. His eyes revealed a cunning glint. Why don't you and I eat the divine pill and go back and say that we didn't get it? Who can say that you and I aren't the fated one? This buy-in, Meng Jue was startled. He was about to object, but Zhu Jun's next words stunned him. He muttered to himself. Zhu Jun laughed and encouraged, "Why can't we be fated? If the pill falls into our hands, then it's fate. Otherwise, why didn't someone else come? Why did you and I have to be the one sent?" Meng Jue thought for a while. His single eye was also shining. He nodded. "Your words are reasonable." Hee, that's true. I've been thinking about this question on the way here. We'll see what we can do when the alchemy door opens, Zhu Jun said with a proud smile. Even if these people have broken the 9 palaces pill diagram, it's impossible for them to find this place. Meng Jue pondered for a while. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. That's not right. Jing Baimu has already obtained the Beiguang Heavenly Dharma pill. He should have been teleported out of the Emperor Pill Tower, but I haven't seen him. Could he still be in the hall? Zhu Jun's expression also changed as he exclaimed, "What are you doing in the main hall? Don't tell me, Ing Luo." The two of them looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. Humph. This old monster's greed is insatiable. Even a level 10 divine pill can't feed him enough. Could it be that he wants to snatch the heavenly fortune pill? Zhu Jun laughed coldly as his eyes shot out a cold light. Not necessarily. Perhaps he wants to try his luck and break through the spatial maze in the Emperor Pill Tower to enter the other level 10 divine pill halls, Meng Jue said. When Zhu Jun heard this, he turned his gaze to the formation in front of him and said, "There are only 9 divine pill halls in total. After all, they are all sealed. Only after we get the pills and activate the teleportation formation will the space here be open. If eccentric Bai Mu wants to cross the maze, this is the only hall he can go to." He stretched out his hand and pointed at a palace grid in front of him. The pearl inside was the jade-colored pearl that had just lost its light. At that moment, Yunxiao was searching the hall, trying to get a better look at the interior of the Emperor Pill Tower. All of a sudden, the green light on the teleportation formation brightened, and a powerful aura kept overflowing from it. The space around it also became a little blurry. What's going on? The few of them were shocked and hurriedly looked towards the teleportation array. The azure light slowly dissipated, and a figure emerged from within. It was an old man in linen clothes, and he appeared above the formation with an expressionless face. The old man's face was sallow and emotionless. His linen clothes were tattered and his hair was unkempt. He gave off a sloppy feeling. However, he had an extraordinary and compelling temperament. When Yunxiao and the others saw the old man, they were all stunned. Someone had come. The old man was also stunned for a moment. He suspiciously swept his gaze across the hall and finally landed on the 4 people. He said, "Why are there 4 people? Who are you?" Yunxiao asked, "Who are you? And how did you get here?" The old man's furrowed brows relaxed, and he snorted before chuckling. "So be it. Tell me, what kind of divine pill did you get?" "What does this have to do with you, sir?" Yunxiao asked. Hee, of course. I want to know what kind of divine pill I'll be using next." The old man smiled complacently and looked at them with pity in his eyes. The 3 girls were on their guard. This person didn't look like someone to be trifled with, and to be able to reach this place, he definitely wasn't simple. The next one, Yunxiao, on the other hand, could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He chuckled and said, "So, you already have a divine pill?" Yunxiao immediately knew the old man's situation. He must have come from another hall. Although he did not know how he did it, he was by no means a trivial person. Yes, I've already gotten one." The old man narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He sized up Yunxiao and the 3 women and said, "Young man, you're quite lucky with women." The 3 women blushed. Chu Hongyan rebuked angrily, "Old thing, you came here to steal pills, right? You're really an old man hanging himself. You're tired of living. Aya so shrewish. Young man, I was just complimenting you, and now I'm starting to pity you." The old man clicked his tongue and shook his head, showing a pitiful and sympathetic look. Hee, you don't have to worry about that. Old thing, can you tell this young master how you came over? Xianxia chuckled and looked at the old man kindly. His eyes narrowed. Although the two of them greeted him with a smile, their expressions became colder and colder, filling the entire hall with a chill. I have a name. I'm Jing Baimu. Have you heard of me? The old man sneered. Xianxia thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Old thing, you're from the inner realm, right? The heavenly martial arts realm had been filled with experts for 100,000 years, and many of them had entered the realm of eternal life. How can I recognize any random cat or dog? He knew that a battle was inevitable. Putting aside the fact that Jing Baimu would definitely snatch his pill, even he would drool over the divine pill in Jing Baimu's hands. Therefore, he didn't hold back when he spoke. He kept calling him old thing. Hee, you're quite bold, cat or dog. It's been so many years. And there's actually someone who dares to speak of this old man like that. Jing Baimu put on a fake smile, but killing intent shot out from his eyes. He coldly said, I originally wanted to take care of my junior. As long as you hand over the divine pill, I'll spare your life. It's fine if you spare my life, but don't. In fact, I don't care about this. I just want to know how Senior came here, and I hope Senior can teach me. Xianxia was sincerely asking for advice. As for mercy, there were indeed people in the world who could kill him, but not many. But you're about to die, so why are you still asking? Jing Baimu asked. Don't tell me you want to bury your body in another hall after you die? You're so bad, Senior, Xianxia said with a smile. I'm going to die anyway, so just let me be a ghost with an understanding of the situation. Jing Baimu thought for a moment, but still shook his head and said, Although I don't understand why there are 4 of you, you must have some skills to be able to be transported here by the Emperor Pill Tower. What if I tell you the method to cross the maze and you run away? At least for now, you can't run away. This is so difficult. So, Senior, what do you mean by that? Xianxia laughed. I can only fight, right? Hee, what an interesting young man. Not only did he court death, but he also dragged his 3 wives down with him. However, this old master will be kind, so you can die in peace. I will take good care of the pills and these 3 wives for you. Jing Baimu smiled lecherously and looked at the 3 women, especially Chu Hongyan's face. His eyes were filled with splendor and he even licked his lower lip. Not only were the 3 women ashamed and angry, but Xianxia's eyes also flashed with killing intent. He was really angry as he said coldly, Today, I believe in an old saying, if you seek death, even the gods can't save you. Although he was a little silly and liked to tease and wrangle with the other party when he was in the mood, Jing Baimu's interest in the 3 girls had touched his reverse scale. With a flash of lightning, Xianxia teleported in front of Jing Baimu, raised his hand, and slapped down. So fast! Jing Baimu was shocked. Although he had been on guard, he did not expect the other party to suddenly attack him, catching him off guard. Under that palm, wind and clouds gathered, and there were even the faint roars of tigers and dragons. The golden light was even more blinding, and it was like a mountain pressing down. In his shock, Jing Baimu had no time to think. He could no longer avoid it, so he could only send out a palm strike. Moreover, he was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in the face of his fists and palms. Bang! The 2 palms collided, and a terrifying spiritual pressure exploded, shaking the surroundings. Xianxia felt his arm go numb, and then a golden light burst out of it. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his hand, and his muscles and bones were swelling. Not only that, the other party's powerful attack had passed through his arm and jolted his internal organs, causing them to be in a daze. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, his body was a body of great accomplishment. Even if his cultivation was insufficient, he could still withstand the attack of a divine sovereign realm expert. What? Jing Baimu cried out in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He had used more than 80% of his strength in this palm strike. He had thought that he could easily cripple his opponent's arm, but he did not expect that his opponent's palm would be completely blocked. His opponent's palm was like an iron wall, indestructible. Impossible. In his shock, Jing Baimu suddenly realized that his hand had been grabbed by the other party. Yunxiao's sudden grab shattered the bones in his palm, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. It's just the beginning, Yunxiao sneered. It's just the beginning. He had already crushed his opponent's palm into a pulp of flesh and bone, but he still did not let go. Instead, he raised his middle finger, and lightning gathered at the tip of his finger. That's Ingluo. Jing Baimu's pupils shrank as he saw the lightning condense into a purple dragon that swam toward his body through the tip of the finger. Duh! Zifu world-destroying sacred lightning. I've seen a ghost. He was scared out of his wits, and with a loud cry, he used his origin power to break his own arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and his figure suddenly retreated. Bang! The purple lightning struck the broken arm and instantly exploded into pieces. Then, it ignited and burned the arm into nothing. What's going on? You actually have the Brahma Purple Mansion world-destroying divine lightning? This is impossible. Jing Baimu had yet to recover from his shock. He felt that he had lost an arm for no reason. He was truly aggrieved. Anger and shame surged into his heart, and his killing intent rose. If you say it's impossible, then it's impossible. Come, let's get closer. Yunxiao walked over with a fake smile, his face also filled with killing intent. I was too careless. Since you can come to the Divine Pill Palace, you must be extremely powerful. As for that purple lightning, even if it's real, you can only use a little bit of it. Otherwise, who in the world can stop you? They would have already ascended to heaven. Jing Baimu reflected for a moment. With his insight and experience, he immediately analyzed the situation clearly and calmed down. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion with his left hand, and a strange black demon blade emerged in his hand, exuding waves of demonic energy. He pointed it at Yunxiao. There was a faint demon spirit shaking on the saber, spitting out a violent aura. One look and one could tell that it was stained Witn blood. Chu Hongyan's heart trembled as well. Fearing that Yunxiao was no match for her, she hurriedly said, Fei Yang, this person has the cultivation of a divine sovereign justice realm. Why don't the four of us attack together and kill him? Right? There's no need to play any one-on-one with him. Fearing that Yunxiao would refuse, Fei's figure flickered and turned into a flame, landing not far away from Jing Baimu. Heavenly Phoenix True Fire. Jing Baimu's eyelids twitched, and he immediately cried out in shock, his shock even greater than before. Heavens! I've really seen a ghost today. Not only did you see the world-destroying sacred thunder, but you also saw the heavenly phoenix primordial fire. Little girl, you are actually the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix. Jing Baimu immediately discovered Fei's physique, and after a moment of shock, his eyes burst into a bright light. He could not help but laugh wildly. Haha, good. I've encountered all the good things today. Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang also flickered and landed a few feet away from Jing Baimu, ready to attack at any time. Chu Hongyan raised her sword and sneered. So, it's enough for you to die today. The number of people who want to kill me is as many as the grains of sand in the Ganges. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see any of them now. Jing Baimu sneered and squinted at Chu Hongyan's face greedily. Even if he was not a lecherous person, he could not help but be tempted when he saw such a beautiful woman. There are four in front of you. It seems like you love to talk nonsense. Chu Hongyan flew into a rage under his gaze. The purple firmament sword trembled and shot out rays of light as it slashed down from the sky. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it shot out. The earth fiend was condensed, and the hall was filled with sword light. What? You're also at the divine sovereign realm. Jing Baimu jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. He held the demon blade in front of him and slashed. With a whoosh, the blade broke through the void and struck the sword radiance. Bang! The blade light and sword light shattered at the same time, turning into white spiritual pressure that scattered like lightning, cutting the space into pieces. Jing Baimu's expression really changed now. He had thought that the four of them were all powerful cultivators at the Returning to Truth realm and had not paid much attention to them. He had not expected this stunning woman to be at the divine sovereign realm. Die! Chu Hongyan was already burning with anger. She slashed out several times with her sword, like a river flowing through the sun and moon. Her beautiful figure danced in the air, and the shadow of her sword flew. Feini and Yunshang also attacked at the same time, attacking Jing Baimu from both sides. Fei and I formed a seal with both hands and summoned a fire phoenix. A sea of fire burned and the temperature of the entire hall suddenly rose. The flames in the eternal world seemed to be extremely powerful. The true blood of the celestial phoenix directly triggered the power of the eternal world, and its power was multiplied. Heavenly Phoenix True Flame. Jing Baimu was taken aback. Although the flames could not hurt him, they were extremely troublesome. The true flames could burn his vital essence, which greatly depleted his vital essence. One Qi returning to origin. Jing Baimu waved the demonic blade in his hand, and a white light appeared and dispersed like smoke, blocking the sea of fire several feet around him. At the same time, the demonic blade danced again, producing 8 blade lights that blocked all of Chu Hongyan's attacks. One of the blade lights shot toward Luo Yunshang. Bang! 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 A wave of saber radiance and sword chi surged. Jing Baimu blocked the 3 women's joint attack with a few moves. His body was covered in a layer of saber radiance, and a white mist surrounded him. He seemed to be at ease. His figure became one with the saber and flashed through the fog, directly slashing at Chu Hongyan. After all, among the 3 women, Chu Hongyan was the biggest threat to him and had to be eliminated first. Dang! Chu Hongyan's anger did not diminish. She raised her sword to block the attack. The sound of profound level weapons clashing could be heard, and flames were created. Jing Baimu suddenly chuckled. With a flick of his wrist, wisps of smoke rose from the demonic blade and wrapped around the purple firmament sword like a rope. Not good! Chu Hongyan was shocked. It did not matter if the sword was wrapped around, but the white smoke not only locked the purple firmament sword, making it impossible for her to move it, but also the flashing runes in the smoke completely suppressed the sword will. A sad cry came from the purple firmament sword, which made her feel the same. She felt that the power of the weapon accumulation was getting weaker and weaker. He immediately formed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed it at the sword. A purple light spread out from his fingertips to resist the white smoke. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the white smoke. The demon sword and the purple cloud sword were both shocked. Then, they saw the phantom of a monster floating above the demon sword. Its head was triangular, and it pounced at them with its mouth wide open. The monster was like an artifact spirit, but it was different. Its eyes were filled with viciousness and brilliance, and it was obvious that its intelligence was not low. This old thing does have some skills. In a flash of golden light, Yun Xiao appeared in front of the monster. He performed a thunder seal with one hand, then raised the hammer and smashed it down on the monster. A flash of lightning appeared, and half the sky was dyed green. Boom! The hammer hit the monster's head directly. Instantly, an endless amount of lightning energy poured into it and penetrated it. The monster's body trembled violently, and its body shrank rapidly. It disappeared into the smoke, and even the white smoke became smaller. Yun Xiao lowered his head and stared at the fiend blade, as if the problem was with the white smoke. Brat, you should die. Die! Jing Baimu shouted angrily. He shook his sword and pushed Chu Hongyan away, then raised his saber and slashed at Yun Xiao. It's useless. Yun Xiao grinned hideously as he threw the sword killer at the demonic blade. With a loud bang, the sword hit the demonic blade, and Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. He felt as if the blade was stuck to the demonic blade and could not be pulled away. Then, white smoke appeared on the demon blade and restrained the red light of sword death. Just like before, it turned into several blade lights and slashed in the air. Fei Yang, be careful. Chu Hongyan was shocked. Yun Xiao grinned hideously as he poured his fiend energy into the sword, which immediately stirred up the ice fiend heart flame, which turned into 7 lotus flowers and exploded. Bang! 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 Flames burst out, instantly burning away the binding power. Red Slash immediately pulled out his sword and swept it across, shattering the blade. What? It's impossible! Jing Baimu was shocked. He realized that although the man's cultivation was not as high as his divine arts and methods were impressive. Not to mention the purple lightning, this strange white flame could actually break his demon blade. It was simply unbelievable. While he was hesitating, he felt a strong sword power coming at him. He immediately knew something was wrong. There were 2 powerful women at the return to reality realm behind him. He turned around and was about to run away. There's an ancient saying, "Since you're already here, just stay." With a sneer, Yunxiao sent out all the northern heaven cold star swords and blocked Jing Baimu's way. The precious jade on Chu Hongyan's purple firmament sword also flashed, and a sword light spread out. The 2 of them coordinated with their swords. The heavenly stars responded, and the earth fiend condensed. The 2 formations combined to form the heavenly sword picture, which immediately enveloped Jing Baimu. Thousands of sword shadows flew around, and more of them appeared, forming a cage. The entire hall almost disappeared, and it was a sea of swords. Jing Baimu's expression changed drastically. Countless sword lights shone, and there were almost no sword shadows. However, his protective Zhen Yuan was constantly being torn apart. Every movement was difficult, as if he was going up a mountain of knives and down a sea of fire. Swish! The demonic blade suddenly rose in his hand, and white smoke immediately spread out to cover his body. Jing Baimu took the opportunity to escape, but in just an instant, a golden sword talisman fell from the sky and struck the white smoke. Bang! The white smoke was instantly extinguished, and the demon blade of the white thorn tree swayed, blocking the sword talisman. However, a sea of stars suddenly rose from the million sword illustration. It was actually countless sword talismans that appeared and fell like a heavy rain. Jing Baimu was shocked and took half a step back, but his body was suppressed by the sword diagram space, and his body was torn with sword wounds. Stop! Stop! This time he was really panicking. For the first time, he realized that the other party had the ability to kill him. The long-lost breath of death emerged in his heart. Ever since he had dominated the world, stepped into the divine realm, and entered the eternal world, Ling Baimu was also afraid of death. However, he was afraid of dying from the end of his lifespan. He had never thought that he would die at the hands of others. To him, this was almost impossible and hard to accept. However, no matter how hard it was for him to accept it, the reality was right in front of him. As the thousands of sword talismans shot down, his body was almost at its limit to resist the sword diagram space. Stop! Unwilling to give up, he roared again, but the response only made him almost vomit blood. The old man is begging for mercy, Yunxiao shouted outside the sword array. It means he can't hold on any longer. Cut him again. Bang! 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 Jing Baimu waved his demonic blade with all his might, creating a layer of sword energy in front of him. However, it was constantly being shattered. In the end, he could only protect the vital parts of his body. The rest of his body was pierced through by thousands of sword rays, turning into a bloody mess. Die! Jing Baimu roared madly. His hair was disheveled, and he was not only in a sorry state, but he was also on the verge of going crazy. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, and only his consciousness was left as he madly slashed. Rays of saber radiance surged out. After a while, the sea of swords gradually dispersed, and the tens of thousands of swords disappeared one by one in a trance. Both Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan were sweating. They had pushed the million-sword illustration to its limit, and when it could no longer be maintained, they had to withdraw the sword array. The 2 of them each swallowed a few medicinal pills to replenish their origin power, and only then did their complexion improve slightly. The sword diagram dispersed, revealing a figure in the hall. Jing Baimu was unkempt and covered in blood. He stood there with a blade in one hand. The blade was gray and did not have any spiritual energy. Is he dead? They all had the same question. After a careful examination, they found that Jing Baimu was still breathing weakly, but judging from his appearance, he seemed to have lost his mind long ago. His energy had been completely consumed by the violent hacking. If Yunxiao and Jing Baimu had held on for a moment, he would have been chopped into a pile of meat paste and laid on the ground. I don't think you'll be able to live any longer. You'll definitely keep your mouth shut about crossing the maze. I remember that in ancient times, there was a Darren who once said, "Do it yourself, and you'll have enough food and clothing. Let this young master take it himself." Yunxiao stepped forward, stretched out his 5 fingers, and grabbed. Clang. Jing Baimu seemed to sense danger. He instinctively raised his sword, and with the last of his strength, he stabbed forward with all his might. Although the force was not small, it was not fast at all. Yunxiao turned into a claw and grabbed the demon blade in his hand. At the same time, he poured purple thunder into his 5 fingers and struck the blade with an electric shock, breaking it with a bang. Jing Baimu's body trembled, and his eyes burst with light. He seemed to have recovered from his daze, and he looked at the broken blade in his hand in shock and disbelief. "You coward! You don't need to say anything. This young master already doesn't need it." Yunxiao's words were like the death god's judgment as they entered Jing Baimu's ears coldly. Then, an extremely strong divine sense surged out, rushed into his spiritual altar and spiritual ocean, and began to search wildly. An hour later, Yunxiao retracted his soul power, and his face was flushed, as if he had overused his cultivation technique. Jing Baimu, on the other hand, had completely turned into a fool and collapsed to the ground. 9 Labyrinth. Baiguang Heavenly Dharma Pill. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed as he reached out and took a storage bag from Jing Baimu's waist. Then, he crushed it in the air, and all the treasures inside were taken away by him. One of the jade boxes was exactly the same as the purple gold thunder pill. He held the box in his palm, opened the lid and carefully observed it for a while. He exhaled heavily, and his mood was very good. Chu Hongyan asked, "Is this pill called the Northern Dharma Heavenly Pill? I wonder what it's used for." Yunxiao smiled as he put the pill away and said, "We've got a big bargain this time. This pill is used to break through disasters and can increase the chances of breaking through to the immortal state. It's one of the top-ranked divine pills in the Emperor Pill Tower. Break the God Realm's barrier." The 3 women were shocked and immediately understood the value of the pill. No divine pill had appeared in the realm of heaven martial arts for 100,000 years, and the medicinal pills that could be absorbed by immortal state warriors were very few. The effect of a 9th-level superior grade pill was not very good either. A pill that could increase the chances of breaking through was already a heaven-defying achievement, not to mention that it was effective against immortal state. With this Northern Wide Dharma Heavenly Pill and the Thunder Pill that Feiyang obtained previously, the chances of breaking through to the Divine Sovereign Realm will be extremely high, Chu Hongyan said joyfully. Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said truthfully, "After all, I was stuck at the Divine Sovereign Justice Realm in my previous life. I don't have any confidence in breaking through to this realm. However, now that all 8 gates were open and he had a phenomenal success divine body, he was almost 50% confident that he could cross this obstacle. After obtaining the Thunder Pellet, if he could temper his acquired Thunder Body, he would have an 80% chance of advancing. With the addition of this Baiguang Heavenly Dharma Pill, it's 100%. The 3 women were overjoyed. Since ancient times, even if there were heaven-defying divine pills, there were very few people who dared to say that they had a 100% chance of entering the realm of divine sovereign justice. Congratulations to my husband for obtaining such an opportunity. Feini hurriedly congratulated him, and the other 2 women followed suit. Yunxiao smiled and said, "I'll keep this pill for the time being. I'm not in a hurry to use it. I don't need it to break through to the realm of divine mastery. In the future, he might have the chance to touch the void end, which would be of great use." This Jing Baimu originally wanted to use this pill to break through to the void pinnacle stage.